Welcome everybody to VIS, here bringing you guys VISPRO, the Vainglory Winter Series that's been kicked off last week and going strong. I'm here joined by Tasty Bacon to break down the matches and help look at how these teams are going to be performing today. Tasty Bacon, thanks for joining me tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. Looking forward to getting this round of 8 underway.
So it's been a really exciting season so far. We kicked off winter season with a new format as well as a new draft structure. And as we saw last week, a huge amount of heroes were banned and picked that would probably not have been picked normally. We saw Rona, Baron, Alpha played much more frequently than maybe in past tournaments. The meta is shifting, the meta is forming, so maybe that's part of it as well. We'll see how that plays out. But I think the real test is today, Tasty Bacon, as we see the top 8 teams go up against each other with this new draft format.
Yeah, absolutely. And, these 8 teams that are competing, you look down the list, this is a star-studded list of teams. In fact, there's only 2 teams in this top 8 that are not either in the Evil 8 or players that have been in the Evil 8 making up their lineup. So it's going to be a very competitive round of games today.
Yeah, the first matchup is getting underway. I do apologize to all the viewers for being a little bit tardy, but we are ready to go. Kinetic Hammers Velocity matchup coming up first here. As they've actually started their draft, and we're getting into that game momentarily. Of course, the rest of the games taking place tonight are equally exciting. This is going to be the first night we actually get to see Gangstar Sirius playing against Level 8. So, Gangstar Sirius roster, they did have some changes. It's our first time being able to see that roster perform. They're going up against a team that's had some decent success and played very well. Actually, surprisingly well, I think that we both would agree. And so, they will be going up against this new Gangstars roster. And then, of course, we're going to see Cloud9. Probably the most contentious matchup tonight will be Cloud9 versus MDC, which is Miko Delphi Call. This roster here, all-stars on both teams going head-to-head will probably be the closest matchup we have, possibly. We've been proven wrong many times before. But and then, of course, rounding out tonight with Team Solomid versus Exertion, another newcomer to the competitive scene. So, the first matchup, though, I think is definitely the most interesting, Tasty.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in this first matchup, it's kind of a team that is definitely proven as far as their roster is concerned, up against a team that is well known, but not exactly proven together just yet. Not to mention the fact that it is the Kinetic squad, which
Come in here on to the A side first, and these are best of threes here tonight. So how these two teams perform, how Hammers really performs under the pressure, this will be really the first true matchup we get to see of them.
Yeah, and as we've been talking, the teams have been taking care of the draft in chat, and it looks like that may have just finished up, and so we should be able to get into game in just a moment. It looks like one of the teams just asking for just a minute to get something situated on their end. I would assume it's going to be something like, make sure all their players are on voice comms or something of that nature.
Yeah, it looks like everything is in order, though. There's no issues. But, we should be getting ready into game number 1 in just a short moment. When we talk about how the 2.0 metas really shifted into 2.1, it's been a big change to the Vainglory scene as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of changes on 2.1 as we are going to be getting into the draft screen in game. This is, of course, the draft has already been concluded. This is just so that we can show you, the viewers, what is going on through what happened in the draft that just took place. And as soon as the players get through this, we'll be getting on into game number 1. You can see the flicker, the sky banned away. Finn first picked by the side of Kinetic.
Yeah, interesting. We also saw the Arden ban coming in as well with the Sky on B side. A little bit interesting ban here as we see, Lance and Arden both banned. A lot of supports banned, which makes it interesting. We see Adagio probably picked up as a support. It's going to be interesting matchup here going into game number 1.
Yeah, Adagio 100% going to be in that captain role for the side of Hammers and Velocity, with Ringo and Glaive being able to. I mean, you could put Glaive in the captain spot, but it is extremely unlikely. I'm curious to see if it will be a weapon or a crystal Ringo, though, coming out from starting all over.
Well, we're going to find out shortly. We've seen a surge in this thing called Crystal Glaive. It's almost like a support glaive where it does build a lot of support items, but he does go predominantly crystal. It's been a weird transitional thing that we've seen kind of appear in last week's meta. That if it kind of comes to fruition, it'll be kind of the sign of this new glaive build where, we've seen it kind of come every once in a while where glaive will build non-weapon, build more of a crystal support.
We'll have to keep our eyes on that build path for T-Tigers, but right now, here's one of the things that has changed in 2.1. Early fights are very prevalent as T-Tigers jumping right on in with that afterburn. Actually ends up being starting all over, taking a fair bit of damage. So is Sui Generous, but no one is really in danger of going down just yet, but they are going to keep going in. Sui Generous starting with the Polite Company as that first level ability instead of the Quibble. Maybe keeping the team alive, but not quite able to dish out as much damage. Chicken having to use a heal on himself to stay alive, and at the end of the day, ends up being the side of Kinetic forcing away the members of Hammer's Velocity, but we did actually see starting all over be the first one to move up into the lane, so he's going to have a bit of an advantage here over Dienzio.
Yeah, a little bit of a risk-reward, going down into the jungle, trying to stay for the entirety of that fight, but giving up a little bit of farm in the lane, especially considering when starting all over saw that they weren't going to get much luck in that fight. He immediately made the decision to go up to the lane. I think that was a really smart play by starting all over to try to mend any losses they may have incurred from that early aggressive fight.
Yep, and actually, T-Tiger's going to steal away that camp, both of them actually going over to T-Tigers, both the lone small camp that was left and the Treant, and now Sui Generous is very low, but T-Tigers wants to go after the blank. Chicken will actually clean up both of those kills. Now Dienzio going to find himself in trouble as well, starting all over, rotating on through. Going to drop Dienzio very low, but this is all of a sudden turned into a very good start for Hammers, although T-Tigers needs to be careful that this one minion doesn't actually take him out, as he will get the healing from Chicken in order to stay alive, but plenty of action before that Crystal Miner spawns. Hammers Velocity taking advantage.
Yeah, and I really like the kind of way that Hammers came back into this game. Early aggression wasn't going their way. We actually saw Dienzio and company, and the tags, of course, a little bit misleading, but doing a good job dealing with that first team fight. But after that, just T-Tigers and Chicken doing a great job with their invade, starting all over, coming down at the right time to also help put some pressure as they tried to get out of that fight. And that first two kills, in fact, going over to Hammers Velocity gives them that gold advantage they need early game.
Not only the first two kills, but also stealing away almost the entirety of the Kinetic jungle. They got both Treants in the Kinetic side and the back doubles, as well as one of the shop camps. The only jungle camps that the blank was able to get was actually the mid Treant, and now he's going to be in trouble again because T-Tiger's going hyper aggressive. Oh,
he does get that active camo stun, lands on T-Tigers. The blank's just going to get out of there, scurry away, try not to inflict too much damage on himself. He actually gets away a couple glimmer shots on, and looking to finally get this Treant, but T-Tigers does get the kill and the Treant. Wow, what a turn of events.
T-Tigers is on a roll. He's going to walk into Sui Generous, but Sui Generous not sure that's a fight you want. T-Tigers using this Stormguard banner to great effect, able to clear out camp so quickly with that item. That's why he's able to get in and disrupt the jungling of the blank as well. Just farmed up his side of the jungle so quickly, now able to then go in, steal away even more camps, and Look at the difference. 24 CS on T-Tigers to 7 on the blank.
Yeah, it's a huge difference indeed, but and it goes to talk about this resurgence of this cooldown glaive that's kind of come out into the meta recently. We saw it a couple times last week where Crystal and cooldown plus that Storm Crown comes out, does a lot of damage, a lot of clear, allows them to move through the jungle quickly. And as we get past that 4-minute mark, we saw it, they were able to get the Treant, I think at least twice, the Ancient Treant, I mean, down in the jungle, which has really helped their gold. I mean, Gold Lead, looking at that, it's over 2,000 gold as they skirmish here right in front of turret number 1.
Yeah, the blank going to be joining in, but T-Tigers throws D'Enzio into the team. They aren't able to find the kill yet, but there's a Fountain of Renewal already used. Chicken was able to pick that up very, very early. T-Tigers also sitting on a Storm Crown, both able to pick those up right around 4 minutes. And that's just kind of a result of this lead that they do have. Starting all over, going to steal away a camp as well. There is just not much for the blank to find on the fold at the moment. And, well, Hammers using that Storm Crown, they're going to go right in on this turret. First turret destroyed 5 minutes in.
Yeah, instant success here in the early game as they move through. The rotations have been really clean, but it's really been about T-Tigers and how he's moved in here with this glaive. Playing very comfortably, but being able to farm so quickly and not having to worry about getting kind of trapped in. Does get rooted there for a second as he's able to move back up here and stick with his team. And this early gold lead has just allowed the entirety of Hammer's Velocity to play more cohesively here. Starting all over, does go down as D'Enzio pays for it with his life to get that kill, but that's a big time kill. Starting all over didn't have any kills on him, so there's no kill streak bounty. Tasty, as we've talked a lot about that last week, but that is nice to see them at least trade a kill even.
Yeah, well, now they may go less than even, unless the blank can turn this around with a beautiful active camo stun. That could be just what they need. T-Tigers is low, but there's the healing coming through. The Verse of Judgment, T-Tigers actually just saved the blank from the Verse of Judgment. Not sure if that was intentional or not, but they do get the kill on it to Sui Generous. Now with D'Enzio in the blank, nope, they're going to be able to secure that Treant.
He still got stunned, but he was outside of the range where T-Tigers could just drop down and start picking away at his damage. They did clean out Glaive first, so Sui Generous goes down. And not a bad trade overall. Chicken 1-2-3, nice Verse of Judgment to kind of clean that up as that fight was starting to go against them there a little bit, where they were taking on quite a bit of damage. But waiting for Starting All Over to come back, clear out the gold mine. Right now, they're just stacking the gold lead and objective leads, and that's really big. A couple kills going against them isn't going to be a big deal.
Yep, T-Tigers low on health, but diving in anyway. Sui Generous is not going to go down. Hellfire Brew comes out, but the Fountain of Renewal will keep the team alive for now. Starting All Over could try and turn this if he wants, but it's just a little bit too risky, and doesn't decide to pull the trigger on that, and doesn't have the backup of Chicken at the time. Now with Chicken here, Starting All Over feeling a little bit more confident, throwing out those shots, gets a kill. Oblivion does connect, not enough for a kill yet. D'Enzio goes diving and does not find his mark.
So I was just going to talk about how it was interesting Chicken didn't use that fountain to try to save T-Tigers, but it ended up paying off because he was able to use it to keep Starting alive, Starting All Over, able to survive what almost was certain doom coming out of that fight and getting the kill. This is a big swing now in the lane as they're able to push these minions right back up against their turret. Oh, and there's another engagement. T-Tigers, very aggressive play so far.
Yeah, very aggressive indeed. That's what's been working for them. 7 kills to 2 in 8 minutes. And he's starting to now try and put pressure onto the second turret. Again, the focus for Hammers is pretty obvious. Just try and keep ahead in this jungle. Try and starve out the blank. If you can keep one target this far behind, I mean, he's a full item behind his opponents. That essentially turns these fights into a 2-on-3. The Kestrel can provide a stun, but that's about it. Just does not have the damage to keep up with the members of Hammers right now. So a fight for Hammers right underneath this turret could be risky because of that stun, but instead they just clear out as much as they can. You get a couple of shots in on that turret, and they can just continue to load up this siege. One
kill does miss as they keep clearing out this minion wave. Hammer's Velocity doing a good job at dodging a lot of that damage. A couple Glimmer shots hit, but moving in here. Hellfire Brew comes out. It is a weapon, Ringo, as we talked about which way it would go. Blanco's almost near critical health here as he escapes certain doom. Oh, and starting all over, saved by the Fountain, gets on D'Enzio. That almost was a dead starting all over, but he survives as well. Chicken123 playing clutch support right now as he's going to get close to paying for it with his life. Escapes barely. Is one more Glimmer Shot going to do it? He's really close. Takes some minion damage from that Crystal Miner, but right now it looks like the Blank's not going to be able to lock onto Chicken. He's going to back away.
Yeah, but meanwhile, up in the lane, Starting and T-Tigers take down the turret and Sweetgeners. They knew Kestrel was not available for that, so they take complete advantage. Now they are both going to go down for their troubles, but that is absolutely worthwhile. They were able to find one more kill and take that turret. Chicken still alive, going to be looking to steal away this jungle as well, so... they did give up those 2 kills. One of those did actually have a kill bounty on it, I believe, in T-Tigers, but still getting that tier 2 turret down means they're going to be able to play up even more aggressively. Chicken trying to now 1v1. This is the captain against the jungler, and Chicken is going to fall here, but very nearly making that a 1-for-1 trade.
If anything came good out of that, it was the fact that he had to waste a Fountain. T-Tigers does get pulled in, locks right on D'Enzio, and then starting all over, he finishes off the Blank. And that is a nice, quick 2-kill pickup by Hammer's Velocity. As it's just Sweetgeners left, he's going to go down. That's an ace.
Yeah, the reflex blocks used there to prevent the stun from the Quibble. And an ace for Hammer's Velocity. They have just been all over Kinetic. And, well, I mean, that Crystal Miner could be the next target here. Getting rid of one of those lives. That is exactly what they're going to do. 3 lives on the Crystal Miner, now down to 2 on the blue side Miner. And obviously, once those lives are gone, it does not spawn anymore. So it's a really nice idea to pick up that Crystal Miner when you have the option. Yeah, it gives a little bit more gold. That's not really that significant. It's all about just being able to get rid of that threat in the enemy jungle. Right now, we could be having another fight. Here comes Hellfire Brew.
Yeah, it does come in. There's a lot of damage going on. The Blank and D'Enzio both dropping really low. Every time you think Kinetic gets a step up, you see Velocity coming in even stronger to try to get these fights. But right now, Sweetgeners, he does drop. This is going to allow T-Tigers to go in hard, knowing the support's gone. Blank drops down fast as well. And that is another ace. Very well played by Hammer's Velocity here. They're looking very confident as they clean up this game. It looks like with this last tier 3 turret going down, this last turret in the lane, there's going to be very little that Kinetic can kind of do short term to turn this game around. They're going to have to really start to turtle here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the one saving grace for Kinetic is we're still 3 minutes away from a Kraken spawn, but that's not really that comforting when you are this far behind. 15-5 on the kills in favor of Velocity and an 8,000 gold lead at 12 minutes. They are just fully 100% in control of this game, and well, the Blank again trying to come up to get a little bit of farm, and at least they have the Crystal Miner going in their favor right now, but they still need to be extremely careful.
And yeah, they 3v2 right now, so they actually don't even know Samuel's not there. There's the pull, starting all over, does miss the Quibble. The Fountain comes in and helps him as well. He's still alive, but he does drop. This fight starting to go against Hammer's Velocity, but it's D'Enzio. Oh, the Blank, who's also really low. D'Enzio does stay alive, though, tries to clean this up. One more shot onto T-Tigers might be the trick, but he's taking so much damage from this Adagio. Chicken123 playing very aggressive. Oh, the Afterburn comes in. And that is the kill. Another ace. Really challenging for the side of Kinetic to play against this Adagio because Chicken's played so aggressively. He's done so much damage and picked up, like you see it right there, 5 kills on the captain. It's just because he continues to put the harass onto the enemy team. And sometimes he actually empowers himself with the Wrath. So, you know, it's just been really difficult for Kinetic here.
Yeah, and during that whole skirmish, right at the start of it, actually, T-Tigers took very... Oh, no, it was stolen.
It was stolen. It was stolen. Very cocky play. They completely left the gold miner thinking that, you know, all right, we've got this. And there was no scout traps, so it was just a complete heads-up luck play by the side of Kinetic. They really needed that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be enough to get them back in this game, but here comes another fight. Hellfire Brew is out, does connect, but the Crystal Miner is down. That is the 3rd kill on the Crystal Miner, and so that will not be spawning any longer to help to help Kinetic in this game. So that's just another thing going against them, as starting all over, going so aggressive on the blank and just outright killing him. T-Tigers keeps the Enzio out of the Sanctuary. And this could very well be the game.
This is so close to being game. That Versus Judgment's going to clear out the minions and help them start putting pressure onto the turret uncontested. There's nothing Sweegenaires could do. And game 1 is in the bag. Wow, that was fast.
Yeah, incredibly dominant performance from T-Tigers and the rest of Hammer's Velocity against their former, the former holders of the Hammer's Velocity name. At least 2/3 of it, Enzio and Sweegenaires. I mean, T-Tigers used to play with those two. There was a time when that was the Hammer's Velocity team, was Enzio, Sweegenaires, and T-Tigers. So it's kind of interesting to see now this dynamic of the new Hammer's Velocity roster, and they completely took the fight to Kinetic, absolutely shut down the blank in the jungle, and just did not allow Kinetic to get a foothold at all.
Yeah, definitely dominant play. Going to be excited to see how Kinetic responds in game number 2, as they've been in this position so many times before. We've kind of seen it where they get their backs up against the wall so often and always find a way to come back. So I'm definitely excited to see how they respond in this case as we get into game number 2. The younger team, Hammer's Velocity, we saw them make some mistakes that they definitely need to pay attention to. Maybe just getting a little too confident as they go into play, giving up a gold miner when they didn't need to, things like that. You need to clean up. So we'll see how this goes and plays into game number 2 in just a short second, as we do take a quick break. We'll be right back, everyone, for game number 2.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
All right, guys. We are back a little bit early, a couple seconds early here. It does say we got a little bit of time here, but it looks like we're ready to get into the game in just a second. So as we get ready, the drafts are in. I think they're ready to get started.
Yep, looks like we are going to be getting underway here in just a moment. And I'm looking forward to seeing if Kinetic will be able to have a better game at number 2 than they're showing in game number 1.
We'll find out in just a second as we wait for the last pick to come in here. But definitely a little bit of struggle for Kinetic early. As they just didn't seem like they had their groove at all. I mean, early game, it looked like very, very confident. They were playing well, but quickly, T-Tigers on that glaive turned things around, and it looked rough. So we'll definitely have to see how things go into the next couple minutes as we wait for their last pick here. But it's not looking good if they play the same way. Kinetic definitely has to try something a little bit different. We look at the bans here. So far, it looks different. They're definitely trying a different way that they actually a lot of focus on making sure that they can take care of kind of the aggression that they saw from Hammer's Velocity that first game.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, the glaive was just such a massive impact for T-Tigers, able to completely shut down the blank in the jungle. And that was really kind of how Hammer's Velocity was able to pick up the victory with such, relative ease.
Yeah, so into the draft we go. We do have a Sky and Lance ban were the first two bans. Second bans come in here momentarily. But definitely a challenge for these teams. You see as they look to get the Lance again. The second ban actually looks like, if I have this right, it is the Lyra. So trying something different. Definitely no prioritization on the heroes that Velocity won with. So it looks like Kinetic does have a game plan, and it's not really focused on what happened last match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Lance first pick, it's kind of a similar strategy you can use with the Lance as you have with a glaive, but it's obviously just not quite as long range on the aggressiveness that can come out, but it is still a very aggressive, very quick jungle clearing. But if you look through the rest of the draft, Vox and Koshka, looks like that glaive or that Lance is going to be the captain spot. Still very aggressive jungle pairing though. Lance Koshka going to be able to clear that jungle quickly. Might see a similar idea come out for Hammers.
Yeah, we're going to see. I mean, this is a completely different draft here for Hammer's Velocity. Starting all over, switching over to the Vox because it looks like Zio wanted to pick up that Ringo. And we all know that Zio's Ringo is mechanically phenomenal. He's played so many games in high-level tournaments and won with them, even when Ringo really wasn't in meta. So to see him kind of pull that out right now, definitely a good look for Kinetic, just because of the comfort level that the NZO has.
Absolutely, and that comfort level can sometimes be the difference between a win and a loss. But let's see how these teams decide to start out in the early game. It looks like we are going to be seeing at least Hammer's Velocity make this early 3-man move aggressively towards the enemy side of the map. They're not going to spot anyone, so they actually, once they don't see their opponents, they actually choose to go a little bit more defensive. They know that Ancient Treant will still be there when they finish their first rotation. So kind of an interesting adaptation. You'd expect that if they didn't see anyone, they would have just gone aggressively, taken that the Ancient Treant in the middle, and then worked their way backwards. But instead, they start the back, work forward. They now see 2 members in the lane, so they can safely look to go a little bit more aggressive in the jungle.
Yeah, and we see that going on right now as they look to try to get locked onto the Ancient Treant. The Blank looking to maybe stir things up here. He's sitting on this Adagio. Looks like to be a weapon carry Adagio or Crystal. We're not entirely sure. But Blank comes swinging down with Sui Generis now. Does catch T-Tigers out on this Koshka. Almost ready to drop. I don't know if Koshka's going to be able to get away as the vision might come up. You see the Blank just catches T-Tigers. And T-Tigers just jumping to his death there, as it was pretty much inevitable.
Very smart move there, though, by the Blank to sit on the Treant side of this wall and just wait for Sweet Generous to get vision on that Koshka, able to then throw an attack over the wall, very nearly getting a second one in order to secure the kill for himself, but it ended up going to D'Enzio up in the lane. So nice job by the side of Kinetic to adapt to the aggressiveness that they were expecting to come out from Hammer's Velocity.
Yeah, I mean, and, they're able to make sure they focus on prioritization in the lane here. You see Starting All Over struggling to get the CS because Sui Generis and D'Enzio doing a good job at keeping him back. His range and his damage with those resonances isn't strong enough right now to fend with this early Ringo, and D'Enzio doing a good job at taking advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Off of, once the waves are evened up here now, it is about a 5 CS advantage for D'Enzio, not to mention getting that first blood, but now could be the blank going down. No, yes, he is going to go down to the end, but T-Tigers did pay for it with his life. Now Chicken could be in some trouble as well, but D'Enzio decides he wants those minions much more important than just picking up a kill at the moment, so he is actually going to get more gold out of that. Sui Generis, though, not willing to give up this chase, trying to get onto this tree, and he's not going to be able to steal that away. He should be going down here, but D'Enzio able to find a kill, Starting All Over, very low on energy, but still looking for this fight. But once the blank joins the fray, Starting is going to be regretting that decision as he goes down as well.
Yeah, Starting should have realized as soon as he saw D'Enzio just completely change courses there that something bad was coming. The blank coming as fast as he can. T-Tigers, though, is going to get a kill. Very close unless the blank can get away. Oh, the slow comes in, but not enough to stop those empowered auto attacks that are coming out of Koshka right now as T-Tigers looks to keep pushing the edge on aggression. But he's got to be careful. I mean, every time one team member gets a kill, the other one seems to be able to get a nice trade off of it. So T-Tigers rightly backing away, knowing that D'Enzio probably is coming down.
Yep, and well, right now, this has looked much better for the side of Kinetic. However, Hammer's Velocity still not giving up on trying to fight aggressively up in this lane. Using the Lance, lots of damage coming out of Starting All Over. Very, very low are Sui Generis and D'Enzio, but Chicken misses the Impale. It doesn't seem to matter, though. They are still going to go and get the double kill. They trade out 2 for 1, but now they can put work in on this turret.
The blank choosing to come up, I'm not sure if that was the right call. The turret's going to go down regardless. He should have just focused on taking out some of that farm away from Hammer's Velocity. I know that's not a trade that you want, but he ended up wasting time going up, actually taking a look, thinking he could come and save the turret, and then ended up having to go down and take the farm anyways. Probably could have saved himself a few seconds as he's starting to contest now here with Chicken on that Lance. Oh, he gets rooted. This is a weapon Lance, or no, it's not. It does have some attack speed, so it is going to be a support Lance. But already with the fountain, the blank caught it between a rock and a hard place. He's going to take a turret shot and drop. And that is another kill going over the Hammer's Velocity.
Yeah, Hammer's able to get that kill. And, well, I mean, the turret is down in favor of the side of Velocity as well. So they do end up at the beneficiary. I'm not even sure that's a word. But, you understand what I mean.
I understand what you mean.
They do end up on the better side of these trades thus far. They do have a small gold lead as well to go along with it. And we'll see if this aggression that they've been looking for with T-Tigers on this Koshka will continue to pay off.
Yeah, when you start making new words up, you just got to go with it, Make it a word, stick with it. It'll work itself out. But right now, Hammer's Velocity, they're looking pretty good. They've done a good job in both games focusing on objectives here. Kinetic really struggling, even when they get a few kills or they get an edge in the jungle, not prioritizing back up into the lane. This is where, when you have a hyper carry Starting All Over, as we've got a fight breaking out already. T-Tigers locking into the blank. Take him out quickly.
Yep, absolutely able to find that kill, but now is T-Tigers going to go down? No, he stays alive. Nice impale from Sui Generis. The Githian wall will find a stun. D'Enzio is still alive somehow. Chicken goes down to the turret. Starting All Over does finally finish off that kill, but he doesn't pick up the ace, and now it could be in some trouble, but the blank I don't think is going to be able to catch up to this Vox. So it should just remain as
He's
that.
He's got boots in there just as a backup. Doesn't even have to use them. Definitely good patience by starting all over, knowing that he was going to be able to outrun the blank. Both him and the blank had tier 1 boots, so it wasn't a matter of him catching up to him. But yeah, so far, I mean, again, they did a little bit of damage. They didn't get the ace, so starting all over does go in there to get the kill, but because they didn't get the ace, this turret's still around with a decent amount of health, so really just still one turret down for Kinetic to be coping with.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, right now, they're just going to be looking to continue this aggression as they move through the map, always looking for an opportunity to try and pick someone off, it seems. They're going to start this gold miner. There is a possibility of it getting stolen, though, or having a big fight. The Hellfire Brew goes out onto starting all over. Now he's trapped in the gauntlet. Nowhere for starting to go. He falls. The gold mine does at least go over to Hammers, but they're going to lose out on perhaps 2 kills here. T-Tiger's trying to jump in and get aggressive. May have actually just saved Chicken's life, but will it be at the cost of his own? He is 1 hit away from falling, but is still running.
He's running, and here comes the minion miner, so it's unlikely he's going to escape. 1 auto attack from the minion miner will do it up, but it's going to be an Adagio auto attack that finishes him off. I'm not sure saving Chicken for his life was the right call. I'd rather see the Koshka stay alive and continue to farm, but ultimately that's where they're at. It's 9 kills apiece, but the gold advantage going over to Hammer's Velocity.
Yeah, well, right now it's looking like Velocity maybe starting to lose that edge that they had, as Kinetic able to find a couple of fights on their terms. Sui Generis going to get dropped low, but a lot of damage coming out of the blank. Now that he has the alternating current finished, his damage output has drastically increased.
Yeah, and he needs a few crystal items to make that really potent, and you see him picking up a bit just to get started, but they're already in a pretty sizable hole here. 4,000 gold lead for Velocity. And starting all over has just done a good job at managing this lane by keeping it pushed throughout the entirety of the game. You know, there's definitely more pressure in the lane by Hammer's Velocity than we see from Kinetic. Kinetic definitely liking these jungle fights, but they don't really get them a whole lot.
Yeah, it's they haven't been able to find much there. So going to be that turret going down. Verse of Judgment will get a kill there, or at least help to secure a kill, but quickly getting answered, starting all over, trying to just dodge around the fight, but with the Impale and Githian walls coming out of Chicken, starting all over is able to finish off that ace, and just like that, it's going to be another turret going down in favor of Hammer's Velocity. So just when it looked like Kinetic was really starting to gain a foothold and get back into this game, all of a sudden one fight goes the way of Kinetic and they take control once more.
Yeah, and again, once they get that pressure in the lane secured, they're able to rotate down and take the farm. So it's kind of like the prioritization. I feel like Kinetic keeps forcing themselves to fight in an area or position that it's not advantageous for them. That being said, right now, at least in the late game, it's really just the advantage that Velocity has, right? It's not so much like where they fight. I don't think there's anywhere they can fight where Velocity won't have the advantage. So they just need to find a chance to, or hope that Velocity makes a mistake and catch them out and make them pay for that. Because right now, with this gold lead, with the way starting all over is playing, it's going to be very difficult for Kinetic to get back into this game.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, they're looking again for a fight. The Impale not quite going to get where Chicken wanted to, but no turrets left in the lane, just the 2 defending their crystal. All it will take at this point is one fight going heavily in favor of Velocity, and they could potentially end the game. They're still playing very aggressively in the enemy jungle, just hanging out. There's no crystal miner at the moment to spot them, so they have free reign to do what they want. Here comes that crystal miner. I have a feeling it's not going to be long for this map, though. Actually, no, they are going to be backing away. Nice. I like the movement here from Velocity, or from Kinetic, sorry. It's so difficult having called Sui Generis and Dienzio Velocity for over a year now, just to have them suddenly change. But they're going to have to give up that gold payout. We're still only 12 minutes into this game, so a lot of time before that Kraken spawns, but we saw in game number 1, Hammer's Velocity did not wait for that Kraken to end the game, and they may not wait for it here. Looks like they're going to go right for that Crystal Miner again.
Yeah, that's going to be the second kill on the Crystal Miner with 2 kills down, 1 more to go. There's a decent amount of gold that comes out of this too, but more importantly, it's just securing that late game pressure. Once that Crystal Mine's lives are eliminated, there's very little defense that you can have whatsoever. It actually makes it even harder to kind of secure in Turtle than it would have been in previous updates, because you've got no line of defense that you could secure back there. So this is just going to keep pushing Velocity into a stronger position.
Yep, and with that Crystal Miner, as you mentioned, the second death on it means that it will only have 1 respawn left. But for now, it looks like, oh boy, they are trying to set up a very special gank. You don't actually get vision of anyone beyond that wall until you leave the base. But right now, the side of Kinetic has no interest in leaving their base. So Velocity say, we'll bring the fight to you.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick point that it was a mistake. Oh man, we actually have the game pretty much being decided right now by Velocity. Sui Generis goes down. This is the last Crystal Miner, but look at the damage from starting all over.
And with ace buff minions, they're going to be able to just tear down these turrets. The Crystal Miner doing what it can in the base here, but it's just not going to be enough. That will be game and match, as Hammer's Velocity will 2-0 take down Kinetic.
Wow. What a quick match in 13 minutes. Hammer's Velocity showing very strong dominance, although Kinetic they are playing with a substitute. That was some point that they did want to make. You know, this is as there were some scheduling issues that did arise. I do want to mention, though, there was a mistake in the visuals here on stream. It was Glaive that was banned, not Lance. That was a quick mistake. I do apologize, and we got that corrected. So, but man, yeah, we talk about like the Velocity. They looked a little shaky when they were playing Llama-Palooza last week. Maybe this would be the one team that struggles here in the top 8, but they came in very quick victory, cleaning things up, and now we're looking to move into our next series as they're moving on to the semifinals.
Yeah, and you had mentioned at the top of the broadcast that, you know, the blank may not be that big of a, you know, substitute for them, but anytime you're playing with a player that you don't normally play with, like that's the blank. Yes, he's a great player, obviously, still a top tier player, but that's not who D'Anzio and Sui Generis have been practicing with. That's not who they've been screaming with. That's not who they have the most synergy with, and it clearly showed in this. You know, there were many times where the blank was just kind of left to his own devices in the jungle, and you have to give credit to Hammer's Velocity. They were able to spot that and take advantage of that situation pretty frequently, and resulted in 2 very quick victories.
Yep, 2-0 going on to the semifinals. Hammer's Velocity, they got to feel pretty good about that one, but we've got a lot more games to move on to, so this excitement here on the desk is going to be short-lived as we get ready for the second matchup tonight. It is going to be an exciting one. It is going to be the first time we get to see Gangstar Serious' new roster played live on this update competitively. You guys are not going to want to miss this after the quick break. We'll be right back, everybody. See you in a second.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready for our second series of tonight. It is a very exciting matchup because it is the first time Gangstar Series is playing after Worlds as a competitive roster, and it is, of course, a new competitive roster. So we're pretty excited to bring this to you. I, of course, am joined by Tasty Bacon, my co-host and co-shoutcaster, as we break down the matches. And Tasty, let's talk a little bit about this next matchup. This one, definitely arguably one of the most anticipated as far as roster changes, because Gangstar Serious, keeping their core players, but coming in here with some very new looks and new faces for their NA team.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, it's our first look at this Gangstar's lineup because their previous matchup was unfortunately a forfeit as their opponents were not able to field their team. So they have yet to play a competitive game as this roster. It is Wrecked sticking around in the roam position, but Iraqi Zoro coming back from Europe to rejoin the North American Gangstars team, and then picking up Xenotech from the previously disbanded Phoenix team in North America. So that's going to be an interesting lineup. Xenotech, kind of going back home in a way to Gangstars. That was the organization he had originally broke into the scene with, and so now he's back with them. Iraqi Zoro back on the North American team, and Wrecked, as I mentioned, sticking with Gangstars. It's going to be interesting to see how these three players mesh and get along together.
Yeah, it's really going to be interesting. So it looks like we're ready to go and get into game number 1 right now, as the draft has been completed, so didn't have to wait too much longer, and that's exciting, of course, as we hate to wait and delay any of these games for you guys. So into game number 1, we are going to go.
Yeah, and of course, on the side opposing Gangstars here, it is going to be the team of Level 8. And Level 8, a team that this is actually kind of their first and last sort of run as a team, because a couple of their players are actually going to be joining a different roster after this tournament. So they're just kind of looking to see if they can get a little bit of glory, a little bit of cash to help line their pockets before their next endeavors. I believe a couple of them are going to be going to Anarchy, which is one of the teams that qualified for the Evil 8 in the previous season. So, good, best of luck to them. But for now, they are here as Level 8 and are going to be looking to take down Gangstars.
Yeah, now Tasty, question for you, as looks like there might have been a little bit of a miscommunication on the draft to me. Did you catch some of those drafts? I do know Vox and Samuel were banned, but it does look like, or actually Vox was not banned. That was the mistake that was made. I was just wondering if you caught some of that.
I actually didn't see much of the draft at all, unfortunately, so I don't really know. I saw someone say, Ringo not, or Vox not Ringo, or Ringo not Vox, or something along the lines of that, so...
yeah, I think that's what it was.
I assume if there was a hero picked that was supposed to be banned, one of the teams would have dropped out of the draft to get it restarted. But right now, Graskun is going to be in a fair bit of trouble. But look at this move from Wizard Sibs. This is an adaptation that we have not seen in any of these games thus far. Wizard Sibs going into the enemy jungle. As soon as the opponents got aggressive, he just floated right up through the lane, got into the enemy jungle, and is clearing out the entirety of it. So his team not really going to lose out on much in their own side of the jungle, and he's getting these steals. That is going to be a very solid start for the side of Level 8, or at least it would if they had someone in the lane farming up as well. But unfortunately, they didn't actually put anyone in the lane, so they're still going to fall a little bit behind in gold.
Yeah, just a little bit, but it mends some of that early loss that they might have gotten, especially how aggressive Gangstar's was to go in there. Definitely some nice adaptation. Grasscoon does take the brunt of a lot of that forward barrage, and now Big Dog's getting really low. He's going to have to defensively afterburn away from that fight. Grasscoon just barely saving. Oh, and you see actually Big Dog and Grasscoon trying to share that damage equally. Big Dog does go down. Xenotech on this Sky already playing phenomenally. The aggression has been definitely felt by the side of level 8.
Absolutely. We saw how impactful the glaive can be in our first series of the day, but thus far Xenotech has been looking to shut that down from the Big Dog. Wizard Sibs up in this lane, going to be trying to deal with Erect and Iraqi. Iraqi Zoro on this Baron. We're going to be looking to scale up into that late game. Baron's one of those heroes that, we always talk about can have a little bit of trouble early on, but once he gets rolling, is just an absolute menace and a force to be reckoned with. So, Rakizoro going to be recalling, trying to get some items under his belt as quickly as possible so that he can get into that late game powerhouse.
Yeah, we actually saw D'Enzio play Baron last week to a very strong success. His style was aggressive, and his late game scaling was very challenging to deal with. But he was strong throughout the whole game. He found kind of a nice balance. We're seeing Iraqi Zoro pull this kind of same format out. He's playing the weapon Baron, and he's able to do a lot of poke. He's not being as aggressive, but he's definitely having his presence felt. And this has allowed him, as he starts to scale into late game, to really put a lot of dominance onto the side of the enemy team here. In this case, it's level 8. The Vox is particularly struggling in this case, right? Because there's a lot of AoE damage that the Vox just can't seem to escape from.
Hey, is he though? I mean, Wizard Sibs has a pretty sizable CS lead for this early on in the game. He is taking a lot of damage off of that trade, and Rekt will be able to heal up quite a bit, but that's really going to be the one concern, is damage taken in these actual trades. But farming-wise, Wizard Sibs is doing just fine. He's going to find a kill there. Iraqi's going to get hit by that afterbird, but here comes Xenotech from the jungle. Lots of damage with that forward barrage. It is the Crystal Sky. The forward barrage will still be dealing out a ton of damage. Now Wizard Sibs is the target, but they can't really get too much done onto him just now.
Nah, they can't, but, being pretty low, it does put him in a tough position. You see him trying to go in, just put a little bit of pressure on Iraqi Zoro coming in here, trying to gain some pressure in the farm. I mean, Vox is definitely another one of those heroes who has trouble scaling sometimes in the lane, but once he gets his key damage items, he's able to do a lot and kind of surprise you with those resonances, which is where the players who are mechanically very strong on Vox really excel at, right? It's kind of like just moving around, dodging damage, and then coming in and surprising you. We do see there's a split. They're trying to sandwich the side of level 8, but it looks like this time Xenotech gets cut out just a little bit. He's going to be able to forward barrage. Big Dog getting shredded up right now, and down he goes. It is a 1-for-1 trade so far. Death from Above comes in, just barely misses, and Xenotech falls. Now Iraqi falls. That's an ace for level 8.
A triple kill for Wizard Sibs. That's gotta feel good for him on this Vox. That's gonna really propel him further into this late game. First item, Breaking Point. Could be seeing the Breaking Point double monocle build that became so incredibly popular last season, and it's with good reason. It's a massive amount of damage. You do get a ton of scaling off of that Breaking Point, and with the crits, it just scales up that much quicker. Getting 3 kills, actually 4 kills total on the game this early on. You can see Wizard Sibs now sitting on that Breaking Point and the 2 components needed for that first Tyrant's Monocle. He's going to be having himself one hell of a good time up in this lane.
Yeah, and this is the kind of power spike he needs right now. Looks like he just has to avoid some of that damage. I know Xenotech and Rekt have done a good job with those slows, that if they can kind of lock in one of the carries with the slows, they are able to do pretty good work. But when those slows don't lock on, or when one of them drops early, it's problematic for this comp right now, at least early on. I mean, to have a turret up already, and of course to be where you're at, level 8 feels pretty good about their position at this time. And they're going against Gangstar Series. All of these players have experience in live championships and played at highest level possible. So, this is they've got their work cut out for them for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, the one sort of weak spot for level 8 is actually going to be this glaive. Does have the storm crown, so as you see, they go for this gold miner. It's only a decent gold payout, but they didn't really have much else to do on the map, so why not pick it up while you have the opportunity? But Big Dog only sitting on 17 CS compared to the 40 that Xenotech has been able to amass out of the jungle. So that's a very sizable lead that Xenotech has over his opponent, but it's a not similarly sized lead in terms of the gold, at least in the lane. Wizard Sims doesn't have quite as large of a CS advantage over Iraqi, but he has those 4 kills to his name, which are keeping him very well ahead on gold, and it's why there is a 1k gold lead despite that massive jungle CS difference.
Yeah, 1K is not a huge difference at only 7 minutes. It's not something that they can't get out of. And I think Gangstars, if any team can kind of work their way into it, back into the position they can. Iraqi Zoro, though, taking a lot of damage here. Oh, you do see Big Dog going in hard trying to get the kill. He does obtain the kill. The fountain comes out just to keep Big Dog alive. And nice job by Grasscoon as the support to come in here, take over that damage from the turret, saving Big Dog. That's a big-time play. And they got the 1 kill. This is going to allow them to continue putting pressure on the turret, Tasty.
Well, once those minions die out, they won't have an opportunity to keep pressuring that turret. So instead, they back off and say, there's a jungle. Big Dog coming extremely close to falling on that treant, but they do get it and get a little bit of healing instead. So now all of a sudden, level 8 really bringing the fight to Gangstars, and Wizard Sibs has that first monocles, building towards a second, or it could perhaps be a tornado trigger, but you have to assume it's going to be that second monocle, getting the crit chance up to, I believe it's 80% with 2 monocles. And it's just absolutely devastating, the amount of damage that comes out of this weapon Vox build.
Yeah, and I really like, we see these glaive comps coming in, but when you play it with an Arden, he's just gives the ability for these short-ranged heroes to have a little bit more engage and disengage. It so far has played pretty well into the strength. Wrecked, typically on Lyra, is very difficult to face up against as a support, but the issue's just been really the way that Big Dog and Wisdibs have been able to pressure the objectives here, focusing on that primarily, doing a good job. Also, the commitment, I mean, we talk about, and we talked a lot about this when Level 8 played last week, was when they decide to commit to a fight and just go in, they do very well. There's this confidence in this team, even with the players they have right now, very, very good.
And you can see dodging around this fight, they do get slowed up a bit by that bright bulwark. Here comes the mortar shot from the Baron. It doesn't really do all that much damage to level 8, though. They are able to back out safely, but they are low. They need to be careful of a potential re-engage from Gangstars, but it's going to be level 8 the ones pulling the re-engage. They immediately jump on Wreck and find that kill. Iraqi's going to be in trouble. The afterburn, nice job by Big Dog waiting until that barrier went down from the reflex block. Doesn't quite get the kill, though. Grasscoon going to block out the damage from the forward barrage, but now this should be a turret going down in favor of level 8. Turret not going to be a kill, just going to take that turret and immediately start running away. Grasscoon again going to eat a lot of that forward barrage, but moves out of the way. Wizard Sims takes some. There goes a nice bright bulwark after the portal from Lyra, slowing down level 8 just enough that they will be able to find 1 kill. Grasscoon falls. The Big Dog and Wizard Sims both too low to stick around, so this should be a turret going the way of Gangstars.
Yeah, funny how Grasscoon was doing a great job blocking the forward barrage so that Wizsibs could actually recall back, but I guess moved out of the position that he needed to be in for just a second. That damage ended up coming in, stopping Wizsibs' recall, like right at the very last second. I'm not sure that would have made a huge difference, but it does mean that Grasscoon, of course, had to pay for it with his life. So, little mistake. They do lose the turret. I think they're going to lose the turret anyways, though, because they were all very low.
Yeah, well, you wonder if maybe that recall finishes. Is Wizsibs able to get back out in time to defend the turret? But that's obviously all hypothetical for now. Wizsibs very strong. The weapon infusion he had on him is about to run out. Was a level 8 infusion he had picked up. Does have the double monocle completed. of Rakizoro just finishing his second tier 3 item. That's kind of that massive advantage that Wizards has 3 tier 3s to the 2 of Rakizoro. So the damage is definitely in favor of this Vox. Like I said, the big difference is down in the jungle where you've got the Frostburn and the Broken Myth for Xenotech. There's only a Stormcrown and an Aftershock on the big dog, so there is a bit of a damage advantage in the Sky versus Glaive matchup, but Glaive isn't really necessarily here for that damage. A lot of it is just for that Afterburn, getting that disruption, that CC to go down and just set up a target for Wizard Sips.
And you're exactly right. The fact that it's WizSibs that's so much stronger and so much farther ahead in his item build than anybody else on the map, it really means that even though it's just a 1,000 gold advantage, which is not that big, as far as the damage he's outputting, it's a huge advantage in these team fights. So taking him out of the fight early would definitely be kind of a great strategy if Gangstars could manage it. The issue has been the Glaive and Arden have done a good job at helping reposition WizSibs or controlling where the fight takes place. They're going to come down here, take this Crystal Miner, clear out some more of the jungle farm, start working on trying to expand that gold lead a little bit farther. Gangstars, I think, if there's anything they can feel good about is the fact that they've avoided a gold deficit, a huge gold deficit that might come with this kind of disadvantage that they have in the lane.
Yeah, and if they can hold the side of level 8 off of this tier 3 turret for a little while longer, they should be in a good position. You know, they're really just waiting for this Baron to get farmed up, kind of get caught up to where Wizard Sibs is in terms of item builds.
Yeah, another gold miner though going their way. It does allow them to continue the pressure of the gold in the jungle. There's been a lot less focus on the lane pressure now. That since they've kind of pulled back from being as aggressive as they were, and this is helpful for Gangstars. It's been allowing them to turtle here a little bit in the jungle.
Yeah, allowing Gangstars to just sort of wait for these minions to push towards them, farm them up when they have the opportunity, and try and make some moves when they can to get into the jungle and clear away a camp or two. They have the Crystal Miner coming out. This is a good time to fight. Crystal Miner will get involved. They've got Big Dog low, but not sure if that's the target they want to be focusing, though. Wizard Sibs going to be looking to dance around. They get one kill, turn their attention onto the Crystal Miner as they just will say, you know what, the other two have gotten far enough away that it would be detrimental to go for the kill. We'll just take out this Crystal Miner again. Second death on the Crystal Miner. One more, and it will be gone for good.
It'll be gonzo as WizSibs a little bit weak. It looks like he takes a quick pause here, deciding just to kind of stay low, not giving away his position. Ultimately doesn't want to give up that farm. The gold lead finally swelling to 2,000. It doesn't feel like a huge gold deficit from the scoreboard, but it feels in-game like a huge deficit. A lot of this has to do with just where WizSibs is at. Now, Xenotech, though, looking to build his third tier 3 item, as well as Rakizoro, both of them sitting on a good chunk of gold. Something needs to kind of give way here. I think Rekt, because of the position they're in as far as a disadvantage in these fights, has played a little bit more conservatively. You haven't seen kind of those portals jumping into the fight to engage with the bulwark. You haven't really seen a lot of that because it's usually the Arden and Big Dog jumping into the fight first. So because of that now, they're set up in a great position to start this Kraken with Gangstars really not anywhere close to kind of come down and contest soon enough. At half health, Tasty, it looks like this might be a sure thing.
Yeah, this is pretty much going to go for free. There's no global ultimates or anything on the side of Gangstars in order to try and steal that away. I'm not sure if they even knew it was going on, but they also knew that if it was, they didn't really have a team to contest, or at least not at a level where they could contest that fight, as they have been losing the last few team fights. The Crystal Miner going to be taken down now as well, so that will not be respawning any longer. And that's good news for the side of level 8 as they wait for this Kraken to get onto this turret. Gotta figure once the Kraken's on the turret, level 8 should be pulling the trigger and looking to jump in and either force down the turret or look for a fight. They have options. Definitely going to keep them at bay momentarily, but here we go.
Yeah, we just see the Afterbird comes in first. The Gauntlet's still being held here as they look to try to break down one of the members first. Wreck getting very low. The portal does get him outside of the Gauntlet. The members of level 8 are actually getting pretty low, but they finally get the first kill onto one of the members of Sirius here, this team fight. Looking to try to secure another one. Look at the 1v1 with Sibs versus Iraqi. It's not even close, as Big Dog's just going to go to town on this turret. Xenotech just moving away. I think they're going to be able to clear out this Kraken. They're going to save their last turret. And level 8 getting out of this fight here, not looking to give up any other kills. Definitely a nice, smart play by level 8. Very conservative one.
Yeah, they do get 2 turrets off of that Kraken push. Only one now remaining between them and a victory over Gangstars. And for Gangstars, this is definitely not the debut that this roster was hoping for.
Unfortunately not. Xenotech and Wreck actually at this point just happy to clear out the vision that's been planted here by level 8 for the vision. But look, with that comes another fight from level 8. They're going in as aggressively as they possibly can. Gauntlet comes out. There you do see the Baron does a good job getting outside of the Gauntlet again, but already it's 3v1 as Iraqi Zoro is the last man standing, doing everything he can to try to pick up a kill. But game number 1 is in the books, ladies and gentlemen. Level 8 just making probably the biggest upset of tonight to get game 1 off of this roster. And maybe it's the draft. It's hard to say like how everything played out. Definitely problematic, and it just means that, you know, Gangstars has to sit down and look at how they're going to come into game number 2 here against this roster. Other point to mention is, though, that level 8's been together. It seems like they actually have, I think, been together about as long as the Gangstars roster. So both these rosters looking to try to figure things out. They had the advantage of playing last week, so getting a little bit of experience under their belt before Gangstars. But definitely a big surprising upset for this pretty young roster here in level 8.
Yeah, you know, and especially knowing that this was kind of the last hurrah for level 8, wasn't quite sure how well they were going to look coming into today, but they definitely answered that call as they take down Gangstars, and a lot of that was just that lane advantage that Wizard Sims was able to get on this Vox. You know, it was kind of surprising to see, you know, such a huge lead in the lane, because Iraqi Zoro has historically been known as one of the best laners, not just in North America, but in the world. And to see him fall that far behind, definitely uncharacteristic.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they respond in game number 2 in just a few moments. We are going to take a quick break, though, as we get started in the draft. And when we return, Gangstars looking to try to find a way back into this series here, as they do fall a little bit behind. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. be together.
Well, everybody, welcome back as we get ready for game number 2 between Gangstar's Sirius and Level 8. And in a surprising manner, Level 8 picking off the first game from Gangstar's Sirius. Definitely an upset for us here at the VIS desk. But Tasty, want to talk a little bit about that game, kind of break down what we saw. Looking at Gangstars and how they played, it just seemed like they were playing too passive, or maybe just not able to get the Baron where he needed to be into the late game. But definitely some struggles throughout the entirety of that matchup. What kind of stood out for you?
Really, a lot of it was just in that early lane phase. Wizards was able to get so much gold pushed onto him that he just got so far ahead of Iraqi's Baron that there really, when the team fights came around, it really didn't matter what the positioning was, because Wizard Sims was just flat out damaging the Baron in the team fights, and there's just nothing they can do about it.
And the way Glaive has kind of shown up here, we've seen Glaive played in in every series so far, at least once, has been kind of surprising, I think. Maybe just the fact that we see it's very utility-based Glaive, focusing on just objectives and farm, not focusing necessarily on the kills, being used as a peel, and played perfectly into the composition where you have the Gauntlet coming out, and then you have just the Resonance from Vox ripping through everybody once they were in range. Really played out kind of well for level 8. Gangstars, though, this talented team, Wrecked is kind of that captain that you know is pretty calm and collective about, all right, we got to get into the next game, think about the draft, and break it down. Plus, you've got Raki, Zoro, and Xenotech. These guys have been playing the game and playing competitively for such a long time that, you know, definitely nothing they haven't seen before. The new draft format does change a lot, and so it's surprising to see players getting put on Baron, but more importantly, to see how these other teams, maybe these smaller teams, are handling the draft so well, like in the case of level 8.
Yeah, and the Baron getting picked up, I think that part of that is just a side effect of teams wanting a weapon-powered laner because the crystal junglers just seem to be so prevalent at the moment. And your options for weapon-powered laners, you have obviously Ringo, Vox, and Baron, and that's kind of really it. There aren't many ranged weapon power lane heroes left in the pool from there, so I think that's why we're kind of starting to see the Baron see a bit more play.
Yeah, and to see the way they're playing with junglers, it definitely, like with the Glaive, definitely completely different than how we've seen Glaive played in the past.
Well, right now as we're getting into this next game, we do see it is going to be another Baron picked up here at the end for Gangstars. This time going to be paired with a Samuel and another Lyra for Wrecked. So really the only difference for them is Xenotech going to be playing that Samuel instead of the Sky. And we saw Xenotech have a really strong start to the game on the Sky, but just unfortunately due to that lane matchup, the team was not able to capitalize on that lead. So going to be looking for a much different game here in game number 2 for Gangstars. However, level 8, they're going to be kind of hoping to keep the same strategy going, see if they can get Wizard Sibs very far ahead on this, what should be a lane Crystal Sky, but we've got a level 1 team fight.
Yeah, already you got all 3 members from both teams coming down here. Big Dog does start to take a lot of damage, just takes a little bit of that mortar shot there to go down, and that's first blood. Getting first blood, such a big deal for a team here in this meta, as we see it, and that's an ace. Oh no, they don't get the ace, but they do pick up all 3 members, and quick 3 kills going over to Gangstars.
Yeah, nice job grabbing those kills. Unfortunately for Gangstars, not quite the ace, but they'll be definitely very happy to get that gold from not only first blood, but the 2 additional kills as well. We'll see if that sort of jump starts them into a large lead or not.
It might. You see a lot of aggression. They picked up the 1 Treant, don't get the second though, as Gangstars has to pull out of that jungle, as we saw Big Dog on that weapon lance coming in trying to harass them away, but they are going to be able to put some damage and start laying into the Ancient Treant. At this point, with Grasscoon moving up to the lane, this does just mean that they're giving up any more aggression in the jungle at this point. Kind of what you see a lot with teams starting to reposition, focus on their priorities on objectives here. Rekt does finally make his way up to the lane here. No, Big Dog trying to kind of predict where Rekt would be. Rekt had just moved out of the bush once he had impaled, and giving away his position there. Definitely not a good look. And Gangstars, they've got a decent gold lead, even with the Agent Treant and the first blood kill. They're only up by 500, so it's not an exorbitant lead so far early, but it is a noticeable lead that will definitely hurt if they're not careful here on level 8.
Yeah, well, Iraqi Zoro on this Baron, obviously off to a much better start here in game number 2. Still a bit of a CS lead for Wizard Sibs, but it's not a large CS lead like he was off to. And with Wizard Sibs actually recalling back to base there, he's going to miss out on a few of these minions. Grasscoon doing a good job of holding that wave before it gets to the turret, getting those minions very low so that Wizard Sibs can just clear them out as soon as he gets back. So he's just going to be able to stay at least close in terms of the farm. Iraqi Zoro going to be looking for most likely a first item Sorrow Blade, as he's now just got the components for that. I'm curious as to what Xenotech's first item will be on this Samuel. And so often we see Samuels just try and go straight into the Broken Myth and Eve of Harvest, but right now actually going to be the Ancient Tree, and I believe going to the Big Dog. So he's able to steal that one away from Xenotech and Wrecked. That's again going to just get a little bit of gold going towards the side of level 8. Not enough to cause a massive difference, but at least enough to prevent Gangstars from trying to increase that lead that they did have.
Really nice repositioning by Wisps there. I don't know if you saw. It just looks so nice the way Grasscoon and Wisps just traded places there in the lane as they kind of moved around, trying to get that CS and to put a little bit of damage onto Gangstar Sirius here. We look at the gold. It's still staying right about where it was, about a little bit higher, 500 or 600 gold lead. But as far as how they're rotating, it does look pretty smooth. They did a good job freezing the lane, or at least that was their intention, to try to keep the lane close to their turret to prevent Gangstars from, starving them out of gold in the lane as well as in the jungle. But CS-wise, Big Dog doing a good job staying toe-to-toe with Xenotech. Xenotech actually just about even with them.
This is really interesting. Rekt just got first item Storm Crown on Lyra for going the Fountain of Renewal first item. We'll see if that delay does end up hurting them or not. Grasscoon still doesn't have his fountain either. He's a few hundred gold away, so it's not going to affect Rekt right now, but in the next minute or two, we could see the side of level 8 try and take advantage of the fact once Grasscoon has his fountain, but right now they're going in. Iraqi's going to get impaled. He gets rooted up there, but is it enough? Here comes the big damage out of Xenotech with that drifting dark. Those Malice and Verdicts almost taking down Wisps. Rekt is going to step up and get that kill. Now Rekt could be looking for more, but that turret's starting to do a lot of damage. However, they have a good minion wave here. They can just look to start pecking down this turret, especially with that Storm Crown.
Oh, Big Dog gets taken out, but not before he takes out Xenotech on the Samuel. Really nice play with the Impale and the Githing Wall combo to get just enough damage onto that Samuel. And what you were seeing though was Rekt and Iraqi, thanks to that Storm Crown, doing a tremendous amount of damage quickly to that turret, and it's going to allow them to clear up here as well. I don't know if it was the right call to go with Storm Crown first. I can't really say. This is something Rekt is actually known for, is picking items first over Fountain. Not sure if he's experimenting or if this is something he's tested extensively, but what it does mean is when they do get an advantage, they are able to push down objectives very quickly. And I think what he's banking on is that his sigil will be strong enough with the heal to keep his team alive, even if they don't get the fountain first. But Rekt, he's looking to go down very quickly, doesn't have a lot of defense.
He has a little bit of health there, and that's actually another thing I was going to point out. He's really going to be counting on just that sigil, because getting the tier 2 health item, picking up that Dragonheart, he's not even going for a Fountain Renewal second item rush either.
Yeah, just really banking that he can kind of do all of his work with the items he has and avoid having to deal with the fountain. It's going to be a big deal if they get even fight trades where the fountain makes the difference here as they get past it. You do see the fountain is built and it is popped right here as they secure the first kill. That's the problem. With no fountain, Rekt and Xenotech are forced to go completely back behind their turret as they're just not able to deal with the sustain so far of level 8.
And Xenotech has a fair bit of sustain himself just by virtue of being a Samuel. He did go for the Frostburn first item, so a little surprised that that first item as well. I'm not a huge fan of the Frostburn first item on Samuel, but right now they're making it work, getting lots of damage onto Xenotech and Grasscoon. Grasscoon has about one hit left on him, but they can't seal the deal. And so Gangstars, they are healthy here. They could look for another fight. Grasscoon and Wizard Sims are low. Big Dog gonna jump in. He doesn't hit the Impale, and that's gonna cost him a lot of health as well.
Oh yeah, definitely miscued there. They're taking a lot of damage underneath their turret, all of them getting extremely low, but the fountain just getting popped, again being really resourceful, at least keeping some of the members alive. They do get up one kill from the Big Dog. Iraqi's very low, but they get the turret, and I think that's where their focus has really been this game. Gangstar is doing a much better job on the objectives, because with these objectives going down early and going in favor of Gangstars, it's opened up the jungle tremendously.
Yeah, Rekt 3-0-2 thus far. The lack of a fountain working out for him as they get that immense gold payout as well as the turret. That's going to be a lot of money for them. There's the Crucible second item. And so Rekt maybe now going for the fountain, but third item fountain. This is something that we had just flat out have not seen in competitive, like, really ever. It's always been Fountain of Renewal has been the most important item, bar none, in the eyes of virtually every roamer or captain, whatever the name of the role has been. It has always been Fountain of Renewal prioritized, but Rekt bringing something new to the table, and it's working out for them.
Yeah, and you kind of see them playing around it. Iraqi Zoro continues to buy health pots to make sure he has some heal in case they start to lose a fight early or fall a little bit behind. You see, with Samuel, his kit just kind of plays into having a little bit more heal that he gets. And of course, once he builds an Eva Harvest, that will be even more magnified. And then, Rekt, with his Sigil, able to heal up the entire team, right? So, to some extent, they've got the items they need to kind of deal with not having a fountain. And so far, it's been playing out fairly well. And we see right here again, looking to go in hard. We see already the fountain comes out, but it's not enough to save WizSibs as he goes down quickly. The amount of damage coming out of Gangstar Sears right now is too much for level 8 to handle.
Yeah, Graskun gonna get popped there by Iraqi's Baron. I don't think Rekt is even going for a fountain at all this game. He still does not have the components for it. They get an ace, no fountain, no problem. Gangstars are finding these fights and finding the kills. Like you mentioned, just Iraqi Zoro playing safe enough that he doesn't need the fountain. Xenotech able to heal just by virtue of being Samuel, so he doesn't really need the fountain. And Lyra has the healing of the Sigil, so they are just making do without that Fountain of Renewal and just prioritizing other utility items. And Rekt is making it work. This is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, they're eventually going to get fountains. You do see WizSibs and Graskun got caught out. Big Dog's going to come in from behind, but it's too late. The end of Portal actually puts him out of position. Big Dog's going to try to escape here, but he's got no Crystal Miner to back him up as that was taken out quickly. He's just looking to try to avoid maybe going down too soon, but there's nothing he can do as he just combat rolls into his death. Ace going over to Gangstar Sirius. They're looking to clean up this game quite nicely. Big turnaround from game 1.
And Rekt, actually, I mentioned, he may not be going for a fountain at all because he did have another Dragon Heart in the inventory. He actually sold that and picked up an Oak Heart. So maybe the Dragon Heart was an accidental purchase before, but he does not have that in the inventory any longer. So very likely going to be a third item fountain, but they may not need it to get another turret down. Rekt is going to finally drop. That's actually a big kill bounty going over to Wizard Sibs. But the big dog is still going to fall. Iraqi's going to get taken out by this Crystal Miner. And then Wizard Sib's able to get that last hit in. Xenotech, last member standing, trying to dance around, trying to survive. Will find one kill. Does he have enough for the second? It's Xeno versus Graskun. Arden just does not have the damage. And Xenotech will complete the ace.
Yeah, as soon as the Drifting Darkness came out, Xenotech just started to heal up a little bit, which is all he needed to win that fight. And I think that Graskud's maybe kicking himself right now, knowing that was probably how it was going to play out, but just couldn't pass up on how low Xenotech was, and thinking, oh, if I could just get this kill, turn things around, it would be so great. And unfortunately, not working out. We're only at 12 minutes, but already Gangstar Sirius has taken down all 3 lane turrets, applying the pressure very nicely. A lot of this around just the way Rekt's been playing here with this Stormcrown first, allowing basically at this point all 3 members of Gangstars could do a pretty sizable amount of damage to objectives. So this just means that they can pressure that lane nicely. The biggest gap that they had in last game was their inability to pressure lane. Looks like they've corrected that.
And Rekt finally picking up that Fountain of Renewal, and he was pretty much just soloing the Gold Miner there. Did get a little bit of damage from Iraqi and Xenotech at the end there, but the Stormcrown along with the Sigil was more than enough for Rekt to deal with that Gold Miner on his own. Now he can see potentially another fight coming in deep in the enemy base for Gangstars. They're trying to push in onto level 8. That Drifting Dark, not really going to do a lot. The Gauntlet does catch one. A nice impale, but look at how low the big dog already is. That one's going to come out for level 8. And they are on the back foot. 1 kill found. Portal forward will prevent Wizard Sibs from being able to get to the Sanctuary. Graskun, last member standing. And it looks like Gangstars, they're just going straight for these turrets. The crits are massive. The turret is already destroyed. They're going to back out, even though I really feel like they could have gotten that second turret if they wanted to, but opting to play it safe.
Yeah, I think they decided it mainly because they maybe were thinking the Crystal Miner does come out and help out support the side of level 8 a little bit here. A couple seconds after, they could have probably gotten it. I think that for them, they feel like they have this game secured and they don't want to risk giving up one kill and putting themselves then where this next rotation isn't going to be flawless. So they haven't dropped a single kill after playing, after the last couple team fights, just playing perfectly. So that last team fight, really highlighting their power spike right now, and they're just getting started. There's the infusions. They are looking to secure right now, and I think that was their plan, is not give up a kill and put themselves in that position. So here they go, moving in. Can level 8 though turn this around finally?
Has some good damage coming out of the big dog, but just not quite enough. Iraqi jumps out of the death from above. Wizard Sibs, it doesn't really have anywhere to go, but a nice stun from Big Dog could be turning this back around. There's no fountains left. However, Gangstars, they find the first kill. Wizard Sibs still healthy. Gangstar's going to heal up with that sigil, though. And all of a sudden, now jumping on in, Iraqi Zoro with 13 stacks on the breaking point finds the kill on to Wizard Sibs. It's just Graskin left alive. Nice gauntlet. May be able to find a kill here. The turret will finish off wrecked, but that is not going to be enough. Respawn's coming through. They're onto the crystal. Xenotech and Iraqi Zoro doing what they can. Iraqi has enough damage with Xenotech to finish this one off in just a moment. There we go. Xenotech with basic attacks, not doing a lot of damage, but doing enough to get the job done.
Doing it and pushing us to the first game 3 that we've had today. Only 2 game 3s in this tournament so far, so these have just been so few and far in between. And Gangstar not wanting to go down like that, not to level 8, and they're showing up big here. Definitely a completely different game. The way they played, I mean, almost like we talked about, the same kind of composition. We see Baron and we see Lyra, but switching out Xenotech with the Samuel. I don't think that was necessarily the whole difference. It was huge, but just the way Rekt played Lyra, the whole way they played it was completely different.
Yeah, that was absolutely it looked like a different team coming out from Gangstars. They were so much stronger in the game number 2 here. Everything just sort of clicked. They didn't fall behind in the lane, and as a result, Iraqi Zoro was able to output a ton of damage, be that massive powerhouse Baron that we had been talking about before this series started. And it's the Samuel from Xenotech. This is a hero that he has had a lot of success on and continues to have success on here in the VIS.
Indeed, and it looked fantastic. When he goes to play onto the Samuel, when we've seen him play competitively as a hero, he's comfortable with that style. Sky as well. I mean, he plays really well on the Sky, but I think just the way they played as a team this game, you could see the differences, and it definitely paid off for them. So we're going to take a quick break as we get ready for game number 3. As we get the draft started, we'll be bringing that to you guys, though, in just a short moment.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
And we're back, everybody, getting ready for game number 3, first game 3 of today, and only our second game 3 of this tournament so far. And it's between Gangstar, Sirius, and Level 8. Level 8 really showing up and playing on another level, to be frank, Tasty, as they've been really surprising, I think, as we saw them play really well. It was kind of one of the matches we weren't sure about in week 1. It was how they were going to play against their matchup. Performed very well, surprised us a little, and then coming in here today playing very well. But Gangstars has a chance to still close this one out. What does Gangstars got to do on their end to kind of make sure that, to kind of hold back, make sure they secure this victory, Tasty?
Well, I mean, it's kind of up in the air. A lot of the play of these two teams obviously very heavily relies on the lane, as it kind of seemed like how Iraqi Zoro went, that's how Gangstars went, at least in this series. And that can be said for Gangstars kind of throughout their history. A lot of times it really felt like a lot of their different roster iterations relied quite a bit on Iraqi Zoro having a good game up in the lane. And for the side of Level 8, if they can just put a lot of focus on the lane and get Iraqi Zoro behind, they should be able to pick up a victory.
And we did see WizSibs on that Vox playing really well. He hasn't been able to get on that Vox since. Gangstar's taking that away from him, and it looks like they're going to take that away from him again this game. That is definitely the kind of focus you want to do if you realize maybe this is something that he's just really good at, and we don't want to let him on that. But at the same time, it kind of comes down to WizSibs, right? Like, if WizSibs playing so well in game 1, not being able to continue that in game number 2 really was the name of the game, and how Gangstars came back and kind of won that matchup. So we're going to get right into the draft. So without further ado, let's get into that and start breaking it down. The two bans were Baron, Sky for both ends on band 1, and then the second bands were the Vox and Samuel bands. So Level 8 coming in here, kind of a little bit of reactionary to make sure that Iraqi Zoro's not playing on his comfort pick. I'm sorry, Xenotech not playing on his comfort pick.
Well, the draft just went through very quickly, and we can see the end results. Flicker, Glaive, and Adagio for Level 8. And it's going to be the Petal, Lance, Ringo for the side of Gangstars. It'll be really interesting to see how this Petal works out and how this Flicker does as well.
Yeah, indeed, and we've seen Flicker a few times. Sometimes it's successful, sometimes it's not, and it really depends on how well the enemy team can counter it early. Gangstars, I feel like, they know all too well the pains of a Flicker. I don't think surprising them with that is really going to be as big of a surprise. Wrecked can tell you firsthand. I think they're prepared for this, and I think Gangstars looks good. Petal, I've heard so many people talk about how strong Petal still is, that the changes, although maybe slight balances, still keep Petal in a good spot, so that's going to be a challenge. Big Dog on the Glaive. I really think it depends on how he plays it. He's got to be kind of balance his over-aggression sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Wrecked, it's going to be interesting to see what the build path is on this Lance, as we saw in game number 2, sorry, very willing to forego the Fountain of Renewal. But this is a very similar start to what we saw in game number 1, except it is the Flicker going deep into the enemy jungle, but Wrecked spotting this one out is not going to be able to stop Grasscoon from stealing away that Treant, but it does mean Grasscoon is not going to get the entire jungle.
Yeah, it just gets the one back Treant. Doesn't clear up as much of the jungle as you would kind of like expect. He's going to try to steal his other Treant, but he's got to scurry away because here comes Xenotech and company.
And we're going to have to try and get out of this one. Uses that stealth in order to get over to Iraqi Zoro. Has now the help of Big Dog, and Wizard Tips rotating down as well. But Grasscoon still extremely low, is going to fall to that Petal. Those Munions able to find the kill. The Big Dog having to afterburn out to safety. Will likely have to give up some of these jungle camps, as Gangstars able to find those camps, able to find a little bit of an advantage here in the jungle.
Yeah, first blood already going over. That advantage, which seems to be so deciding. Oh, and Rex steals away that Treant as well, as they look to kind of come in here, put more pressure. Has been such a deciding factor between these two teams. already you're seeing Xenotech and Rekt, since that early aggression, able to continue their dominance here in the enemy side of the jungle. They're only going to be able to keep that up for a few minutes, but that's all they need to get that gold lead where they want it. Right now, again, already at 500, starting to kind of look like a lot like how they played in game number 2. And for Gangstars, that's a very good sign.
Yeah, it really is. Gangstar's not wanting to get eliminated here, debuting this brand new roster for the 2017 season, wanting to kick it off with a victory. And obviously, level 8 giving them perhaps a little bit more fight than they were expecting in game number 1. And game number 2 here, and starting off pretty close. A nice impale from Rekt, but not really much follow-up from Iraqi. Grasscoon waiting in the wings. So difficult to know when that flicker is around, thanks to the stealth. And I expect Rekt to go into a contraption this time around. Contraption item we haven't really seen much of here in VISPRO thus far.
Right, but Rekt, if anyone's going to go Contraption first, it's going to be Rekt. He's known, he actually has played Contraption first in competitive matches before, trying to forego that fountain as we saw, and this would be a perfect time to do so, just to counter that flicker early, because that's really where, if they're going to have some struggles, it's going to be early against that flicker. Nice impale does land onto WizSibs, taking him out.
WizSibs just kind of gets deleted there. Iraqi Zoro able to pick up that kill, so first 2 kills of the game going to Gangstars. And you can see now Xenotech wanting to get this Ancient Treant before the 4-minute mark, before it goes away, will be able to do so. And now stealing away some of the jungle from level 8 as well. So a good job there from Xenotech and Rekt, taking advantage of that single kill that they picked up in the lane and turning it into an advantage in the jungle.
And this is really where Gangstars clearly has outplayed level 8 every single game, is in the jungle. Or at least for the early part, right? In the early part of the game, of game 1, they were doing okay in the jungle, but it was in the lane where level 8 really was shining, and that's ultimately where they turned the game around quickly right after the 2-minute mark. But right now, like, just they've taken level 8 off of their kind of picks that they're dominant on. WizSibs is able to, you know, again, when he finds that harass, able to land on Iraqi, but the kind of play that we've seen from Grasscoon here on the flicker has just not been the same quality that we saw in previous matches.
Absolutely, and right now Iraqi Zoro, nope, he thought he was going to be in trouble, but an immediate Githian wall from Rekt will just deny whatever aggression Level 8 was trying to bring out. WizSibs now getting chased down on, and just like that, Iraqi Zoro was able to turn and pick up a kill with the help of Rekt. A very sudden influx of damage coming out from this Ringo.
Oh, but Grasscoon looking to try to catch Iraqi Zoro here just a little bit, but he's got no one to back him up, so he's getting melted, and Xenotech comes to finish it off. A little bit of CS there, KS actually, as he kind of takes that one away, but you know what? Teamwork, that's all that matters, and 4-0. WizSibs is really going to start getting frustrated here. He's doing fairly well as far as keeping up, or he was doing fairly well in CS, but now he's down by 10 CS. And he's just not able to find a groove here. They are going to be able to put a little bit of damage on the turret. They kind of caught Gangstars by surprise here up in the lane.
Yeah, very aggressive push from the side of level 8 that Gangstars was clearly not expecting. They are going to lose the turret, but now Gangstars looking to find some kills in response, as that's going to be WizSibs getting stuck up against the wall and taken out. And just like that, the aggression from level 8 is going to be answered. 2 kills, and now perhaps Gangstars may look to get some damage onto this turret. Grasscoon tries to prevent it by stalling those minions. He's going to pay for it with his life. And now Gangstars, they get some damage on the turret. I don't know if they'll be able to take it, though, because the big dog is coming up here, and he's going to try and get involved. Will immediately kill Xenotech. And there is no energy left on Iraqi Zoro to really go crazy, although Big Dog does get taken low.
Yeah, and that's a huge break for level 8. To not lose a turret after definitely a huge amount of mistakes. They got the turret, which was great, but then they didn't move away fast enough. They gave up a kill, gave up a second kill, and then, of course, Grasscoon actually saved his turret. He prevented that barrier from going down just for a few seconds, and you can see it was probably a few seconds until Gangstars was going to finish completing that turret destroyed. So might have actually saved his team that turret. That could be a big key deciding factor here in this matchup as we move along, where you will have to see, of course, 2 kills going right back over to level 8.
Well, right now, they're going to be looking for an opportunity on level 8 to try and get a couple more kills. They are still pretty far down in the kill department, 7-1 in favor of Gangstar's. Gangstar's just moving very cohesively as a unit, and the damage coming out from Iraqi with that tornado trigger. We don't often see tornado triggers, but once Rekt gets someone locked in place, you see the entirety of Gangstar's just jumps on them immediately. That will be 1 kill answered there by actually Wizard Sibs picking that one up. It was largely the work of the big dog in allowing it to happen, but it's still a 2-for-1 in favor of Gangstar's.
It is, but just luckily there, because of how low Petal was able to get because of the big dog, they're not able to go in and secure the turret, at least not yet. Oh, but that root might change it. WizSibs taking a lot of damage. He's not going to get the kill onto Xenotech, and of course, we do see Grasscoons and Big Dog coming back, but definitely a misguided play by WizSibs, trying to be aggressive and hero ball that play. Didn't work out. And that's just going to keep allowing them to do some jungle domination here. 3,000 gold lead going over to Gangstar Sirius. Even with the objectives going in favor of level 8, that is not a position you want to be.
Yeah, absolutely not. 10-2 in favor of Gangstar's. Very sizable advantage. They still haven't broken that first turret, though, so that's kind of the silver lining on this dark cloud that is looming over the head of level 8. But that turret, one fight going array will result in that turret's demise. You can see Grasscoon trying to avoid detection there with that stealth, but Wizard Sibs again just gets completely hunted down. Iraqi Zora with this tornado trigger. The attack speed is just too much. Xenotech, though, will be trying to jump out of trouble here. Iraqi and Rekt will be able to save him. Grasscoon, the last man standing, will fall. An ace for Gangstar's, and this is going to be a major gold swing.
Huge. This is the turn Gangstar's needed. They kind of had been like previewing it this whole game, right? Like they had control mechanically in these team fights, with maybe a few times of level 8 getting a little bit of an edge and damage output, but ultimately, winning team fights pretty much each time they had encountered. The biggest thing there is their ability to catch one of the members out, right? Like first they catch Big Dog, so Big Dog has to rotate down. This wedged the entire team, and WizSib's just not aware of what's going on with his team, deciding to gauge just a little bit too far to get that CS and putting himself in a bad spot. Now we've got a gold mine contention, Tasty, and it looks like level 8 feels like they can engage or at least hang tight with Gangstar's even with this gold deficit.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, another potential fight. Grasscoon getting taken out. Iraqi Zoro is just absolutely on fire.
Yeah, man, they are just going to town right now, as there's just not much that they could do to deal with this. So definitely a phenomenal game so far for Gangstar's. They're looking to close it out. They want this game 3. They want this victory. They don't want people to think that that level 8 team that won't be playing even in the next tournament was enough to take them out. But it does go to show you that when you build a new roster, there is that building period where you have to regain synergy that you had with your old roster that you just don't have with your new roster.
And absolutely, and thus far working extremely well in these 2 games. Maybe it just took a game to kind of get themselves rolling again, as again it was the first game that this roster had played in the competitive, so maybe just working out those kinks, getting some cobwebs out from how long it's been since these guys have played competitive. But right now, Iraqi Zoro, he's gonna get jumped on. Beautiful flicker ult, but it's still a 1-for-1. Rekt and Xenotech are hunting down Grasscoon and Wizard Sibs. They're gonna avoid, or at least Xenotech will avoid the Verse of Judgment, and now it is just Wizard Sibs left to try and hold this off, but the Munions and the Impales
on the Githian wall to seal the deal.
Strong.
Tasty. That was definitely well played by Zeno and Rex. Wisip's trying to outstep the two of them, but you know, not avoiding those obstacles that often come in the way when you're dealing with the Lance. He could be so difficult to counter when he's feeling good. Oh, but Xenotech gets deleted, caught out. Not a good spot. A little bit too far back to start recalling.
And just, you know, as far as Gangstar is concerned right now, even with Xenotech going down there, like, that's not really going to detriment them at all. The gold miner is still available and you know, building up once again. There's a few minutes before Kraken spawns, but actually this could be a big move from the side of level 8, but I just don't think they're going to quite be able to capitalize the way that they would like to.
Yeah, Xeno's already coming back off recall. I don't think they're going to be able to capitalize on it at all, but they're still going to look like they're going to be a fight. The Impale is blocked, and does not block that Hellfire Brew.
Yep, and so Hellfire Brew getting through onto Grasscoon, and we taking him down to about half health. And, well, they're going to look for perhaps a fight. Crystal Miner getting involved, so Gangstar's just going to back away for now.
Really, so far, actually surprisingly close game. As the Gangstars, you know, they want to close it out, but Grasscoon gets caught out, and that's going to probably be a game here. It's Big Dog and Wisip's just going to have to completely back away. There's not much they can do. Wisip's just going in to do some damage, but that's exactly what Gangstars needed right now.
Yeah, it's not quite late enough for that to determine the game, as there's still too many turrets left up, and the respawns will come through for the side of level 8, but oh, you can see the Big Dog just trying to delay this, trying to get the minions taken out, but the turret is still going to go down. Gangstars, are they going to try and turn on this? It would be a difficult fight because they would be starting it a bit lower on resources, but looks like level 8, they want to make this happen. They're gonna, nope, never mind. I thought maybe they were gonna try and rush in and force the fight, but they just take it a little bit slower. They're still hovering around just in case, but now with infusions freshly picked up from Gangstars, they're the ones looking to go on the aggressive.
Yeah, you see a little bit of a position swap here as Wisip's having to kind of start rotating back down to the jungle where Big Dog's been hovering. They can't really decide if they want to fight in the lane or jungle. I don't think they get any advantage of fighting in the lane at this point with how far it's been pushed up. They get the minions on their side as well. They're just going to go and clear out this last gold mine, but they've done a good job. You talked about Rect. He actually chose... You know, he didn't build a contraption. We were talking about it early game, but has done a great job with vision, so it hasn't really mattered that much. And, you know, he's a much more conservative build composition for him on the Rect. But Kraken's up, and they are in position vision-wise to start this and be able to turn. What you're going to see is, you know, when they start this Kraken, even if Evil 8 tries to contest, they're going to get snuffed out right away.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, level 8, they need to try and make some sort of move, because if they don't, this Kraken could very easily just be taken by Gangstars, and that could spell the end of the game. So right now I'm not sure if they're even aware this is going on. So now they should know. They're going to be using that stealth to try and get around the opposite side, but Scout Traps will spot them out, and that's going to kind of just stop that move in its tracks. Kraken still being targeted and should be going over to Gangstars now, as it's just going to be, you know, not enough time for level 8 to get back in there and try and make a steal. So Kraken unleashed, and looks like Rect wanted to try and get the Impale onto Grasscoon, but didn't quite aim it properly.
Yeah, just a little off. I do agree that disengaging was right. I kind of like what we saw Grasscoon try to do. It was a decoy, actually deliberately going into a flare or staying around and going the opposite way so that Big Dog and Wisip could get into position. There's just too much vision right now by Rect. He's done a phenomenal job at ensuring the vision on both sides of the jungle is intact. That's allowed them to really fend off any kind of backdoor or any kind of surprise attack that ultimate from Flicker can impose. So I guess just focus on the Kraken, but Wisip's going very low.
Raki just diving on through will find the kill. Graskun, is he going to make it to the Sanctuary? He does get there, but he doesn't get enough healing from it to prevent a death to Iraqi. Meanwhile, out in the jungle, the big dog will finally go down to secure the ace, but didn't even matter because Kraken is already through the second turret with Iraqi Zoro's help, and the crystal is down as well. Gangstar's serious. After a rough start, losing game number 1, they come back strong and take the next 2 games to secure themselves a successful competitive debut.
Yeah, and Evil 8, they go out with a bang, though, that's for sure. They have to feel pretty good about how they played, at least the first 2 games. Game 3 was a little rocky for them, but, you know, ultimately coming out and impressing. The mechanical skills of these 3 players here, definitely not to be underestimated. And that puts us a wrap for this second series, as now we're going to be start looking towards the next one in just a few moments. So we're going to be hopefully trying to see if we can get into that matchup momentarily. It actually has started, so we do have the drafts and ban picks that we can kind of get for you guys. Due to the scheduling, though, that game 1 had to start, so we'll have to update you guys on that as it progresses. But as soon as game 1's over, we'll be able to get into game number 2 in just a few moments. We'll be right back, though. We're going to take a quick break.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Well, everybody, we are going to be jumping into the Cloud9 game in just a second, as we are able to get the feed. It'll just be me solo casting here in game number 1, but we are able to get this sorted out, and into the game we will go. As you guys can hear, Cloud9 versus MDC. It is a 7-kill lead over the 7-1 versus MDC, but very close, as they do just secure a gold mine at this point in the game. Just a 2,000 gold lead at the 11-minute mark. Both teams, early game, very, very close between both of them, but we actually have seen, you know, as the trades and objectives gone back and forth, so far Cloud9 has started to kind of turn up the heat. But yeah, I mean, both teams losing a turret here early game has allowed MDC to definitely stay into it, minus that kill deficit. Hasn't been a huge deal. Biggest thing here as we take a look, Mixi playing carry on that Lyra as a Lyra carry, something we've seen a few times. And the biggest surprise here, and it's definitely a result of this dual ban draft, is Lone Delphi playing on Jewel, Weapon Jewel. A surprise again, something we just haven't seen in the competitive play all that often. Over on Cloud9, though, I Love Joseph on the pedal, a hero he's been playing quite extensively of late in ranked Q, Old School on Vox, and Gabe Vizzle on the Finn. I actually like the Finn in this case into the Lance. You know, Finn doesn't get stunned up by that Githian wall, isn't going to get moved around like a Lance likes to do to the enemy team support. So it gives him just a little bit more security and stability in these team fights as they move in. Right now, Cloud9 looking to go do just that, moving into a fight, taking a little bit of damage, ultimately just clearing out the lane, pushing as MDC looks to back away here. But this is game one of Cloud9 versus MDC, as we tune in here right in the middle of the action, so you guys don't miss anything. Old School playing the Vox. We did see WizSibs just destroying Gangstar's game one when he played the Vox, although he went double Tyrant's Monocle. Old School mixing it up here a little bit. He looks like he's going to build into that Tyrant's Monocle, but it has that breaking point second, or I'm not sure if he built that second or first, but he definitely has it in the early part of this mid game here. And it's definitely a preference, I guess you could say. What WizSibs did with the double Tyrant's Monocle, though, was extremely impressive. So it definitely makes me feel like that has a strong leg for being a strong pick here. But you know, Old School doing a fantastic job so far. If you look at him, he's 1-1-4. The real hero has been I Love Joseph on this team, 5-0-2. Playing the pedal, and we talked about in last game, Gangstars pulls out that pedal as well, and they win the game. Pedal still seems to be one of those picks here that's very strong in the meta when it can make it through the draft. And the gold lead's starting to finally swell. It was only like 1,000, 2,000 a few minutes ago. It's already surging up to 4,000. Cloud9 doing a much better job with vision here in this game as well than MDC's. MDC definitely on the back foot so far. Mixi on this Crystal Lyra does build alternating current. It's not something necessarily you see all the time on certain mages. Sometimes they choose just to go heavy on ability, but you know, she wants to be able to utilize her auto attacks. I definitely like that. The Jewel is, I think, the most interesting hero choice so far. To have that weapon Jewel, kind of definitely a surprise for us here. Vis, we love it, but you know, that's all because of the dual ban system that has been implemented as part of this winter season here at VIS. It opens up the hero pools for these players, forces them to play compositions that maybe they just would refrain to because there's a better pick available. Well, now those picks are not available. As you guys can see, the bans, though, very interesting. We did see Cloud9 ban Samuel and Adagio. Those are picks that, you know, both Old School and I Love Joseph can play quite well, so definitely they prioritize that. But Ringo and Sky ban by MDC. That Ringo ban first, of course, is probably what pushed Old School into that Vox pick, as Ringo has been a very dominant pick into this meta as well, 2.1 meta. All right, everybody. We've kind of seen kind of a stalemate here. Both teams not willing to commit to anything too excessive or too aggressive. The vision by Cloud9 definitely starting to pay off. They've been able to kind of keep an eye. They were able to see Cold come down and rotate there, so they do know where the enemy team is. There's that flare. There comes the pull. Nice block, though, as the Crucible comes out just in time. And they're going to try to clear out those Munions. That's the key for countering that Petal. Get rid of those Munions quickly, but there comes the wait for it. The Resonance is on, and you see Old School looking to try to land some of those auto attacks as he builds that breaking point. Only got a few stacks on it, though, so wasn't able to max that out quickly enough and deal out the kind of damage he wanted to. That Sigil comes out to help heal up MDC as they look to now try to lock on. Impale does register with Gabe Visual, although there's a Polite Company to buff up his team defensively. Oh, but the pull lands this time. No Crucible to defend, and the onslaught of damage coming out. Old School gets very low, but thanks to another Polite Company, he is healed up, and down one by one goes MDC. Koldamik, the last man standing on the lands as he's trying to look to roll over, but Petal and Vox chasing him down with that lock on and securing the kill. They are looking strong. Cloud9 close to securing this second turret here as Old School moves back up into the lane, doing a lot of damage. Old School, of course, had that Tyrant's Monocle, that third offensive item, only at 17 or 16 minutes there. So doing a lot of damage already, while Lone Delphi kind of a little bit behind with just the 2. Actually doing okay. Got the Broken Myth, Eve of Harvest, and the Alternating Current, but so far just really struggling in these team fights as Kraken goes over to Cloud9. And this is going to be the push. Game 1 already looking very tough for MDC to get a victory here. Cloud9 looking like they've got control over at least this early portion of the late game. Gonna push this lane forward, move in with the Kraken, and see if they can pull off a successful Kraken push. The key to a successful Kraken push is making sure you don't take up too much damage and force back away. You don't want to like just give up one or get one turret for a Kraken. There is a force, of course, but it's Crucible. So you see it backing up. Like, I like what Cloud9's doing here. They're just looking to poke. They want to be able to poke so they can then make a decision to jump in hard. But there comes the jump. Does miss Old School, but he gets walled into the backside of that wall in the Sanctuary. Those Resonance bounces, though, are destroying, decimating right through MDC. And Koldamik has to back away after Lone Delphi drops. And this Kraken push, very successful. As just like that, Cloud9 looking to get this victory. Kraken's still pretty full health. Right above half health as they look to secure it. Mixi drops there. That's the ace. And Cloud9 pulls victory 1 for Game 1. Game 1 wrapping up right here as we were able to jump in mid-game. And, of course, Tasty Bacon not able to see this game unfold as he's just waiting in the waiting room here right now as we look at this. But from what we could see here and the way the game unfolded, it looked like, you know, what started off as a strong and maybe a fairly even game between both teams quickly seemed to turn. It was a 7-kill to 1 deficit for MDC that grew to 13-1. That's a kind of hole you don't want to have to be in, especially as you get later and later into the game. Interesting decision for Lone Delphi to pick the Jewel. Does go Weapon Jewel with the Lyra. Looked like just a challenge to land some of those abilities, right? The Thunderstrikes land, I mean, that's not a problem, but really those jumps, you want to get the stuns. Koldamik on that lance, doing a good job, but Gabe Visual on the Finn is kind of like that counter to the lance from a support perspective. Helps prevent you getting knocked into the wall, therefore effectively eliminating the stun potential that Lance has onto Finn. So with that, it does, you know, it's in the bag. C9 picking up game number 1. So we're going to take a quick break here then, of course, as we get ready for game number 2. As we jump over here real quick, sorry about that, and get into the next matchup in a second. We're going to take a quick break, though, so Tasty can get into the game, and we can get you guys both shoutcasters for tonight casting this next matchup. But again, Cloud9, decisive victory for game number 1. We'll be right back after the break.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
So we are back, everybody. We're going to get ready for game number 2 between Cloud9 and MDC. And, of course, Tasty, you didn't get to see that game, so I do apologize. We did have to jump in midstream as they were playing out. But Cloud9, they get victory number 1. Looked like they really turned up the heat. Both teams were even objectives at the 8-minute mark when we got into it. But after that, it was 7 kills to 1. Cloud9 clearly had an advantage as far as team fight mechanics. Whenever they seemed to fight, the kill deficit was clearly in their favor. And then what we saw continue was that trend, right? Itemization wise, it wasn't a huge deal when we jumped in, but it looked like, as they started to push some of those turrets down, they really started to gain an edge on that front as well. The biggest surprise for me was Lone Delphi on Jewel. That kind of surprised me only in the sense that we just haven't seen Jewel play a lot, and even though we've got 2 bans per team, there were a lot of other heroes that were available. The bans for that matchup, Adagio, Sky, Ringo, and Sam were banned, but there was Alpha, there was Cruel, there was a lot of other junglers. I'm surprised about the Jewel. What are your thoughts?
I'm actually okay with the Jewel pick coming through. We have seen Jewel a couple of times in different matches and has had kind of mixed success. It seems like the Jewel is very polarizing. Like, it either ends up carrying the mess out of a game and has an unbelievable score and is just impossible to deal with, or doesn't really make much of an impact. And from what I heard, it sounds like, unfortunately for the side of MDC, that it was the latter being the case here.
At least it to the point where we jumped in, where it did look pretty even from an objective point of view. Maybe there was an early game advantage that they secured with the Lyra Jewel Lance comp. What I will say, though, was Lance just not being as effective. One of the advantages Lance has in a team is just to be able to throw all the members, including the support, around. But with the Finn, that's one person you can't push around. And so I always like to see a team play Finn into Lance. I don't know if that's their motivation, where it's like, yeah, we want to play Finn into Lance, or they just want to play Finn. But Gabe Viz on that Finn, it looked like he had control over how they initiated those team fights. Wasn't letting Finn dictate it, wasn't letting Lance dictate it from MDC side, and really doing a good job. So it looks like as the draft is taking place, we're going to be waiting to get in just a second, as a few requests coming in. I think, Tasty, you seeing the draft right now?
I am seeing it.
All right, I just got to wait for the invite, and then I can jump right into it. But what we didn't get to show you guys so far is, of course, the rosters, or at least the rosters that you guys got to see play, but here they are officially for these 2 teams. If you guys missed last week, or you missed all of Vainglory Esports announcements that took place last week, you would have missed that Cloud9 has a new roster, and it's a bit of a surprise for many, as well as this new team of very well-known names who are part of their own roster, MDC, which is Coldamik, Lone Delphi, and Mixi. And, these are the 2 kind of most exciting talked about teams right now as far as roster changes because of their potential. MDC, definitely more of an unknown. I think Cloud9, everyone assumes they're going to be a dominant force into the next season, the next couple of seasons. Old School and I Love Joseph and Gabe Vizzle, of course, all all-star names, known, of course, across the Vainglory esports community extensively. And these are kind of these polarizing teams that are looking to really come and put a huge footprint on the competitive scene this season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously every team wants to have that goal of making an impact and being a team that is going to be remembered, but the road to that starts right now, starts with VISPRO. This is the first showing for many of these rosters. Was last week for most of them. Obviously, Gangstar's had to wait until today, but we still see these players coming together now, and this is kind of their opportunity to really make sure that these rosters they've put together work, see where they stand against their peers. And for the side of Cloud9, obviously, like you mentioned, everyone kind of expects them to be this big powerhouse, and coming off of that win in Game 1, seems like they may be well on their way.
Yeah, they're looking strong. Of course, what we saw with Gangstars, right? The first game doesn't always tell you how the rest of the series is going to unfold. They turned it around nicely. MDC has a chance to do the same as we switch sides, as well as a chance to adjust to this dual ban draft. We talked about how we implemented it last week for the very first time, but I would say that the skill that you're facing when you're a top 8 team going against the bottom 8 teams it looks different, right? And now you're dealing with the dual ban draft going up against teams that are equal, or if not maybe a little bit greater than your overall mechanical skills possibly, and you've got to really utilize that ban draft phase to get any kind of advantage you can, and it becomes much more critical at this point. So I really think that that's something they're going to run into. It's something they're probably still feeling out. I mean, we saw Gangstars did a great job tweaking their draft a little bit and turning their series around. MDC's got that chance too, I think.
And, well, as they come into game number 2 here, obviously need to turn it around, otherwise they will be eliminated from this split of VISPRO. And one of these two teams has to go home today. Obviously, neither of them wants to be the one that does, but it's looking like if MDC can't turn things around, like you mentioned, they can't have a significantly better game number 2. They will unfortunately have this first run cut short.
It may be. We are getting the final words into the draft and jumping into it. And the draft getting started right away. I'm going to try to punch these in as we get going here. But the bans, we do see Skyfin ban for Team A. And then, of course, a Samuel Ringo ban. Ringo either played or banned almost every single matchup tonight.
Yeah, Ringo has suddenly come out of the woodwork and has been having a major impact in these games. Like you said, a lot of picks, a lot of bans, and part of the reasoning is what I alluded to earlier, where there aren't a ton of weapon-powered laners available, and of those, Ringo can have just such a strong impact on the game. This time it's going to be Baron and Vox as the two laners, the two carries for this game.
Baron, the real surprise of this entire update, right? Out of nowhere, being played extensively across these top teams. Really looking strong in a lot of these matchups here, as he kind of was gone from not being played at all to now being played or banned like several matches in a row, and that's definitely a real big surprise, I think, for a lot of people. It definitely is for myself to kind of see him not play. I think a lot of people always felt Baron was strong, and one of those few players like Dienzio who played Baron extensively before anyone else competitively, definitely believing in that kind of play style.
Well, right now you can see I Love Joseph jumping in aggressively with this Koshka. Lots of damage being dished out by Cloud9 in this level 1 fight. Mixi now going to be the next target. The Impale comes back in to try and stop this aggression, but it is not going to be enough to dissuade Cloud9 from stealing away this Treant. They can now get firm control of the jungle as they steal away 2 camps and start up this Ancient Treant. Going to fall behind maybe a little bit in the lane to start, but a very good jungle advantage picked up here. They actually give the Ancient Treant over to Old School to make up for the fact that he missed out on a few minions up in the lane. That's actually a really nice adaptation to see.
Yeah, it is good, but you're not going to see any kind of massive gold lead. In fact, right now, MDC has a slight gold lead. That's just because when you don't get that first blood, you almost have to commit to getting at least that 1 kill to get that gold advantage to make up for it. And also, it also prevents the enemy team from moving quickly into their positions to start farming to make up for the loss that they got in the jungle there for that early scrim. So, make sure you going up to lane quickly to start farming helps really offset any loss they had in the jungle overall as a team. What it does mean, though, is that Lone Delphi will struggle a little bit early, but already you're looking at the CS score. He's already tied with I Love Joseph. And in the lane, it's Mixi who is struggling just a little bit, but as far as overall gold totals, it's not very noticeable.
Yeah, it's not a huge gold lead. You mentioned the CS numbers. That's actually going to swing a little bit in favor of I Love Joseph here, as Lone Delphi is going to finish up his rotation through the jungle. I Love Joseph still has 2 camps of his own jungle left to take out to make it an even number of rotations through, and he's going to have more CS after 2 full rotations than what Lone Delphi can get. Yeah, the Impale going through, not connecting. Not a lot of damage being returned, though, as obviously still very early. Old School does not have any of that damage onto him. Gabe Vizzle starting off with a contract. We see a lot more of these roamers, these captains, starting with the Iron Guard contract. Cole the Meek having one as well. And it just makes so much sense if you're going to be hanging out in the lane, allowing both yourself and your laner to get a little bit more sustain and regen when taking out those larger minions.
Yeah, most roamers do try to prioritize that contract. I Love Joseph going in, just harassing Mixi a little bit, not able to land all of those attacks onto him, so he's able to get out of that okay. But they're going to rotate down. I think this is another Ancient Treant for them to take without contest. And, the gold advantage you get from taking the Ancient Treant doesn't seem to be a huge deal. It is another heal, though, so it gives you a lot more sustain as you're just performing your regular rotations. And again, giving it to I Love Joseph is kind of like seems to be their way to deal with, that rotation. Maybe, if they give up any lane pressure, for instance. Although in this case, it doesn't appear like they did.
Yeah, it's not a huge gold swing, but it's a little bit extra gold, a little bit extra experience. But the main thing is actually that extra heal that you get if you want to try and make an aggressive move into the enemy jungle.
I think the big difference here that really could start swinging for MDC is, they've got Koldamik on the Lance again, but they don't have a Finn to go into. I think a Finn is kind of that annoying hero that plays well into Lance. That's just my opinion, but it seems to have worked out so well, and I think Koldamik should have a better game here, especially with, hero compositions like Kashka and Old School on the box. Kashka is going to want to jump in, and I feel like Lance is just designed perfectly to fend off that kind of attack, that aggressive jumping in attack. And so far, it's still been kind of, Cloud9's game playing pretty well, but I think you're going to see, especially as Lone Delphi ramps up, that change a little bit.
Another Impale just off the mark for Cole the Meek. Thankfully, it hit some minions, so he didn't get stuck in place. Otherwise, that almost certainly would have been first blood going to Cloud9. As if this is going to force recalls from a couple members of MDC. Mixi, the only one that's still above half health. Lone Delphi is going to stick around for now, just to try and help make sure that this turret doesn't get pushed in too much. We soak up some of this golden experience from the lane, but now with Koldamik coming back, we still need to be careful, because again, if those Impales do not hit, it will leave Koldamik extremely vulnerable.
Yeah, he's missed a few of them early. I think that's pretty uncharacteristic of Cole. As he moved over to the support role, he's been a very reliable support, playing really well. So to miss those Impales, there comes the Catnip Frenzy right away. Mixi drops very low, just barely survives. Here comes the foul, and I Love Joseph now going to pay the price. Unbelievable. I can't believe that Mixi just snuck out of that fight.
He was so close to going down. You can see the rotation to the shop. Lone Delphi picking up a Frostburn. First item on the pedal. No, not going to get the Impale. I don't think Koldamik has hit one yet this game, but it's not entirely his fault. There have been some really good dodges from Old School using that Sonic Zoom. That is a split-second reaction in order to pop the Sonic Zoom and avoid the Impale. So very impressive stuff coming out of Old School.
It is, though. That has really hurt them, their ability to be kind of more aggressive as a team in the lane. They need the pressure in the lane. That really flows around Koldamik. The ability to isolate one of the carries, that just has to happen. You can't keep missing those. So, first couple, we'll chalk it up to just a poor or slow start, but he's got to start hitting those if they want to start turning this game.
Absolutely, and Vision fight already fully in progress. You can see some good traps had been put down by Gabe Vizzle on the side of Cloud9. Traps that are still there a couple of rotations later, like the one in that bottom shop rush and the one right in the middle of the map. I really like those two positions. They're not terribly likely to get popped on just standard moving, but Gabe Vizzle will get hit up by that gifting wall. However, it is MDC on the run. The ultimate from Baron comes down, doesn't quite get a kill, and well, it looks like this is going to be once again MDC having to back away from a fight and just try and defend this turret.
Big thing here is that Gabe Vizzle didn't have to use any of his actives that fight, so they're ready to continue fighting here, moving along. They're going to be able to just pick up any farm they need. They do move away from the lane just because, you got a turret there to deal with, but ultimately they're in great shape here. It's actually Cole Meek. He's got a few more, more than a few more seconds on his cooldowns. Does kind of change the rotation for them. Right now, Old School feeling pretty comfortable just moving out, pushing this lane forward. So right now that was definitely a nice fight. I don't think they're getting a whole lot for it though, because you saw when they rotate down, there was no farm really available for them to take.
Kind of interesting build path for Old School, going with the Sorrow Blade first. We saw earlier today the Breaking Point double monocle weapon Vox having a massive amount of success still, but Old School changing it up, going for the more traditional weapon power carry build, and expect it to be the Sorrow Blade into the Breaking Point with a third offensive item monocle. But for now, it puts out a little bit less damage, doesn't ramp quite as hard as the Breaking Point double monocle, but another job. That one actually did connect. It did root Old School, but he was already using the Sonic Zoom that he got rooted so far away from the team that it really didn't matter.
Yeah, weird little animation too, because you saw the roots animation stay in both places. He got it out of that. Then he actually reflex blocked the Githian wall that coming right after him. So he was in great shape moving out of that fight and out of that bad position quite nicely.
Yeah, so even when Koldemeek hits the Impale, you just can't catch a break. And we are still without a kill 9.5 minutes in. We saw this a couple of times last week where games would go very late without getting that first blood. And we're almost at a point where getting the first blood bonus isn't even really going to do a whole lot for the team because gold is already so abundant. But right now, still definitely anyone's game.
Yeah, they get a little skittish as the game goes on, right? Like now that first blood, not only is it a decent amount of gold, but it's a big deal as far as positioning. The timing of those death timers are more. Nice reflex block. They actually had the Crucible to get away from that catnip frenzy and move away. Gold going over to Cloud9, but not a kill. Yeah, you become more and more conservative as the game goes on. You don't want to commit unless you're sure you can win at least a fight. And so far, both teams pretty conservative on how they approach team fights so far.
No, absolutely. And looking at the items, I love Joseph now finishing the Atlas Pauldron to go alongside the Shadow Glass. I'm curious as to if there should be at least one more offensive item. I would expect one or two more, but a lot of defense going to be coming out from I Love Joseph. So very tanky Koshka, able to jump in, get a little bit of damage done, and then jump out, stick around in the fight, and just repeatedly go in and out like that. There will be a route connecting onto Old School, but no one really in a position to capitalize on that. And so, 11 minutes into this game, we are still 0 kills apiece, 0 even really damage on either of these two turrets, and it's just been a dead even game.
Yeah, dead even. Cloud9, I think, has some advantages so as far as like how they've been playing mechanically with like when they decide to go in and win objectives they want to take. They haven't been able to push onto the turret at all, but their jungle control has definitely been stronger than MDC. At least it seems to me, Tasty.
Yeah, it feels like there's that little bit of extra for Cloud9. They are going to be starting up this gold miner. Should be able to take this one down with relative ease, as MDC doesn't even, they're not going to know that it's going down until the call out happens, and they try and get these minions pushed onto the turret, but maybe just not enough pressure that they're able to exert, and just like this, Cloud9, they're actually the ones shoving this lane right back into the MDC side of the map.
Actually with the nice rocket leap to kind of reposition. There's an Impale that hits. The Crucible comes out, but Ion Cannon mostly just used for repositioning the enemy team, getting him moved. It kind of forced all of Cloud9 from engaging. I think they were disengaging anyways, but just in case they weren't, Ion Cannon to reaffirm that backing away was a good idea.
And that will be back up in a minute, but with the weapon power Baron, the Ion Cannon isn't the most important ultimate to hit, and so we just kind of continue to reset and wait for a first blood. As you can see, I Love Joseph looking to go aggressive, does not get the Treant stolen though. That does still go over to Lone Delphi, but back into the lane are all three members of Cloud9, all three members of MDC here as well. Could have a very explosive fight if one of these teams decides to pull the trigger, but it looks like Cloud9 are content to just continue to try and siege up.
They are going to have to rotate, actually going to come and try to take this Crystal Miner, which I think is a great call to just take it out of the fight right now, as you kind of have MDC a little bit distracted, plus there's a good chunk of gold behind that, and Koldamik and Mixie just going to have to back away.
Yeah, not really much that they can do. The wait for it was used there, but it's going to be off cooldown shortly enough. Gold Miner will likely be taken one more time before Kraken spawns as we do approach the 14th minute. Won't be a huge gold payout, but it's still better than nothing. And right now, side of Cloud9, they could have full control over this area. Mixie and Koldamik can be a little bit low if a fight does break out. So they're obviously not wanting to go on the aggressive. They would much rather play safe, play defensive, and just wait for Cloud9 to come to them. But by the time Cloud9 does come to them, it may be too late in the game because Cloud9 are really starting to pick up the pace in terms of their items. A Tyrant's Monocle now completed for Old School, so he's at a 3-item Vox. The Kashka still working on the second offensive item, 3rd item overall. And of course, obviously, with the Captain, you're not really going to have many offensive items, but Gabe Vizzle on this Adagio still able to output damage as we saw earlier today.
Yeah, and you know, although it's a slow-paced game, it does just feel like right now Cloud9 has overall the advantage. There's no vision on the jungle. We actually saw like an opportunity where Old School was where Gabe Vizzle was just hovering in the top part of the lane, just protecting it. There was no vision, so MDC didn't know that both Old School and I Love Joseph went down to shop. Maybe an opportunity to catch and deal some damage onto Gabe Vizzle, but without that jungle presence or that vision in the jungle, it really puts them behind in their ability to execute on like different team fights. You know, Cloud9's got that vision. They know, especially in the middle part of this jungle, if MDC's trying to make a move or reposition, it gives them a little bit of an edge. You see the turret, they've kind of been like just chipping away at it, Tasty, piece by piece.
Yeah, just the slow burn on this first turret as we're over 15 minutes in. The turret still has not gone down. That's going to be a Verse of Judgment. Does hit onto everyone. And it looks like Cloud9 may want to try and win this fight. Mixie getting taken out low, but just not quite low enough. I Love Joseph not able to take down Koldamik either. No deaths, but 3 very low health bars on the side of MDC. They are going to have to recall, and Cloud9 could potentially take advantage of this time when they are recalled to try and shove in this lane, but unfortunately for them, Old School had to go back to base as well. He's going to get a little bit of time on this turret, should be able to take it down, avoids the Impale, and he's going to try and win this fight, but is it too much for him to handle? It is indeed.
He almost
not able to heal him.
Tasty, he almost did it. That was crazy how quickly Lone Delphi and Mixie dropped in health, as he definitely started to solo ball that whole fight there a little bit too much. But he gets the turret, and that's a big tipping point. Now, first, the sad part is he kind of offset it. That gold that you get offsetted by the fact that you give up 300 gold now for first blood. this part of the game, but you know, it does mean that position-wise, they've pushed MDC back just a little bit farther.
Yeah, now have the opportunity to push in deeper down the lane to that tier 2 turret, try and keep the side of MDC stuck back behind that turret. But as we sit here 17 minutes in, neither team has even really attempted the Kraken, because they both know just how risky it could be to try and get into a team fight with that Kraken taking free swipesy. But looks like maybe Cloud9 wants to try and engage. They don't have the tools to really chase down MDC, though, especially now with that Lance.
Yeah, and MDC, they got in a nice position where they could back away, back near the Crystal Miner, to just prevent Cloud9 from going in without taking too much damage. Although Cloud9, we've seen this from them actually in previous games too. When they see an opportunity to take out the Crystal Miner, they just go right onto it. Don't even hesitate.
Yep, second Crystal Miner kill picked up this game for Cloud9, so there's only one left total. Right now, Kraken being started up, Kraken getting about halfway done, but now it looks like Cloud9 are going to turn onto MDC. MDC trying to stick around this area. No, Kraken's going down.
Yeah, Ion Cannon used the steel doesn't work, but a lot of damage. Lone Delphi does drop as Koldamik and Mixi are both close to falling. I Love Joseph just chasing down Delphi. Yeah, he first to go. The Fountain of Renewal just not enough to keep him around. Really like C9's decision to just disregard the Kraken there, use it as a bait, and then turn, taking out the entirety of MDC. That's huge tipping point, Tasty.
Oh, absolutely. We're fairly late in this game now, so the death timers are long enough. Old School is going to be able to easily take down that second tier turret. Meanwhile, his teammates going and working on the Kraken. Old School will come down, join them in this endeavor, and they will unleash the Kraken onto the fold. And this could be devastating for the side of MDC.
And we've seen some nice Kraken pushes tonight here. Really comes down to the execution, how I Love Joseph and Old School execute. I have no doubt that they have a good plan on how to do that. Actually some nice vision right there by MDC, just to keep an eye on the position. Here's the third death to the Crystal Miner. That guy's gone, not coming back, as we look to push down this final lane turret here with the Kraken and all of Cloud9.
Kraken getting onto this turret. Cloud9 now getting here as well and jumping in for some extra damage. The Impale not quite able to reach. And this turret is going to be going down here shortly. A lot of damage has been done to Cloud9 though. And they may be looking to play this a little bit safe. Never mind, they find an opportunity and jump right on in. Damage getting spread throughout, but they are very low. They do need to be careful. Not many activations left. That's I Love Joseph will be dropped. Koldamik then decides, you know what, that's all we need. It stops the push. Let's get everyone on to this Kraken.
Yeah, want to save that last turret. Yeah, they're going to be able to do it barely. That was close. I wasn't willing to make a call on it just because how close that was going to be. So, you know, they get the last two crystal turrets withstanding, you know. A little bit of glimmer of hope for MDC, but ultimately a successful turret push. Lane push by Cloud9, giving up just a kill, but you know, getting a lot of pressure in the lane going their way.
And the thing you mentioned was before the Kraken got to the base, Cloud9 did take out that Crystal Miner, so that will no longer be a threat. Old School does get rooted, but has plenty of healing to get out of trouble. And just like that, we kind of reset once more. 3-2, a low scoring affair as far as the kills are concerned, but the gold is still very much close. It's not a it's a 6,000 lead, yes, but at this stage of the game, that lead does not mean anywhere near as much as it did just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, and MDC has to continually be defensive and retreating all the time here. I mean, the vision they had put down already getting removed here, as Cloud9 just has the confidence to move around the jungle, knowing that there's little that MDC can kind of do unless they catch him out of position. Not going to happen. I Love Joseph does get stunned and rooted, but already just the damage coming from Old School starting to tear apart. You see, Cold and Meek already very low.
Yeah, Cole and Meek getting a very likely fall here. Mixi is a target as well, but that's going to be a stun onto I Love Joseph, and he is down. This could be MDC turning this around, but Old School starts to tear through those health bars. A double kill, make that a triple.
He's got 20 stacks.
Like that, Old School ends the game.
Yeah, 20 stacks of breaking point is just very challenging to deal with. No matter how much defense you have, and Old School had been stacking up the entirety of that fight, just staying right at the sliver of health he needed, and then once he started getting over that, was it 15 or 16, just insane amount of damage, and getting that ace and victory. So GG Cloud9, that is 2-0.
Yeah, very convincing wins when it all comes down to it. It wasn't the most aggressive, it wasn't the most kill heavy, but when fights happened, Cloud9 just consistently seemed to be the cleaner team fighting team.
Absolutely, victory in the bag. They move on to the semifinals, and we will be looking ahead to that after our next matchup, which is coming up pretty soon. So we definitely want to get you guys into that as we get late here in the night. We don't want to wait any longer, so as soon as we can get into our final matchup of tonight, we will. We're going to take a quick break, though, everybody, as we get sorted, and then when we come back, Team Solo Mid versus Exertion. We'll be back after the break.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready for the last series of tonight, and to say the least, this could be a very exciting one. But the biggest question here is the team we're facing. It's Team Solo Mid versus Team Exertion, and I think there's a lot of questions on who this team is. They kind of came out of nowhere, getting qualified for the VISPRO. We didn't stream their matchup against Infinity Rebirth. So to this date, this is an unknown team to most of us here. We haven't been able to actually see them play here in the update. So Tasty, I mean, I know you're in the same boat as I am. We really don't know these players. The only thing we do know is both Silenced and Archaic were formerly on Anarchy, playing on that team to help them get into their Evil 8 spot. So, you know, Science, I think, is renamed. I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but I'm pretty sure Science is renamed from Afrogum. These players, you know, not new to the competitive scene, but playing under a new banner.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a team that, there are those two players, at least, like you said, making the rise up from the challengers, qualifying for the Evil 8. So they are no slouches, but this is Team Solo Mid we're talking about. Team Solo Mid, it just always performs. It really doesn't seem to matter what the event is, who their opponent is. They take every game very seriously and generally have ended up coming out on top.
Indeed, and you know, we'll have to see how this plays out. You know, they did win their games 2-0, no problem last week. Obviously, they were number 1 seed going into a number 16 seed, but you know, there's just a wealth of knowledge this team has. And of course, they have to know, too, they're playing with an update that ultimately is not going to be what they're playing the spring season with. And so they know this. This is it. This is winter season. This is where they get to kind of dig in and try out the metas that they plan on, you know, learning and practicing going into the next couple updates. But everything keeps changing. So, you know, nothing really to hide for as they prepare. That being said, Team Solo Mid, very deep strategy, a lot of thinking. Flash X being one of those captains that's just, you know, really focuses on the how to play the game from not just in the game mechanically, but out of the game, how to deal with strategy, just even just dealing with, you know, hype and mind games and stuff. Something he's pretty good at. So here we go, looking at these rosters tonight. Flash X, Von C, Best Chuck, and A. That's the normal roster. We do, of course, see the sub Stasbake there as a sub. That's how he was registered, although not playing as of yet. Not needing it. Team Exertion, though, was Silenced, Archaic, and Brady. I believe that's pronounced. So they are looking to go in, and they are definitely the ultimate underdog here tonight.
Yep, absolutely. And this is, you know, when we looked at the matches before we started, you know, there were a couple matches where we were like, oh, this one should be really close. This one's going to be really exciting. This was the one we kind of looked at and been like, you know, if this isn't up, if, you know, the side of, I just drew a complete blank on their name. Exertion.
You look at it and you want to say, like, there's a couple of the words that come to mind when you first kind of like glance at it.
Yep. So if Exertion manages to pick up the win, this would be the biggest upset that we would have throughout the day today. Obviously, we thought we may have gotten an upset earlier on today between Gangstars and Level 8, but Gangstars were able to come back and secure that victory. But now if Exertion are able to take down Team Solo Mid, that would be an even bigger upset than any of the previous matches we've had today.
Yeah, I really agree. It would be really surprising, but you know, anything is possible with these matchups. I mean, for sure. So I'm not going to hold my breath or predict either way right now. We're going to really have to just see how it plays out.
And well, as we've mentioned, the players are in the lobby. They are going through the draft at the moment, as teams still kind of adjusting to the new draft format, the double ban system, and it does lead to a lot more thought. So once we have, hopefully we'll be able to get some way of getting the client, some sort of client, even if it's not the in-game client. Just something for these players to use that could have a timer on it, ideally. But for now, we just gotta give them a little bit extra time because of the new format. You allow them to adjust, allow them to figure out where they are in the draft, as now they have to kind of keep track of it themselves as well. And well, we should be underway fairly shortly.
Very shortly, the last bans were put in. Of course, we have a few more picks, 4 more picks total between all 4, or between the 2 teams as we round out the draft. So that's kind of been the big change here. It has impacted the pace of how we can produce these streams, but the big thing is that we, when we look at the competitive side of Vainglory, one of the things that really can be maybe less exciting is like how do you get an advantage of another team when there's so many heroes that if you just play you win, right? Like, oh, if I get this one comp, I'll win most of the games, and it's only countered by a few comps. And so adding this additional layer of the banning phase where you've got that additional ban after the first pick. So the banning, just to be clear to all the viewers watching, maybe for the first time, is it is A ban, B ban, A pick, B pick, then B ban, A ban. So B team has an advantage to kind of ban against what they think A team is going to be doing, what the blue side's doing. And it's really it's increased the amount of heroes being played, or heroes that maybe would not have been played previously. It's definitely been a big change, I think, for a lot of these competitive players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing stuff like the Adagio coming out. We've seen some teams try and pick up Jewel. The Baron has been seeing played. Lyra still coming out every so often, even after her recent nerfs. We're still obviously getting Lance pretty frequently because he just is able to disrupt teams so heavily. A lot of Vox, but I'm excited to see the potential for more of these sort of pocket picks to come out. The picks that you don't necessarily expect a team to have been practiced on or to use in a competitive environment, but because of the additional bans, teams are going to have to start reaching deeper into their hero pools. And that's the other thing, is it forces players to then have a deeper hero pool, because now, whereas in the previous seasons, you had, if someone only played 1 or 2 or 3 heroes, you couldn't really do anything about it. Yeah, you could take away their top 1 or 2, but that's about it. Now you can take out 3 to 4 heroes against a single target. So you can, if your opponent's jungler doesn't have a deep hero pool, you can target ban their jungler. You can just make your bans directly against their hero pool, make a pick against their hero pool, and all of a sudden they're now playing something that they may not be comfortable on.
Yeah, and it even stems because of how small the hero pool is in Vainglory as a whole. It even can mean that it actually pushes you off an entire play strategy, because you may want to play an early aggressive game, and with the ban phase, you can actually ban out some of those key heroes like Ataka or Akashka, those assassins, because you can ban out a whole class of heroes, right? Or like 4 supports could get banned out. There's a lot that it does to the enemy team that doesn't necessarily take them off their comfort pick, but takes them off of their play strategy and heroes that they would play into that play strategy.
Yeah, and so that's one of the things I love about this double ban system, is the additional strategy, the extra layer of depth being added to the game before the game, really, as we are getting very, very close to this one ending, as the final 2 picks. Ooh, that's a pick that we haven't really seen a whole lot of that will be coming through, as we'll all get to see that in a moment.
Oh yeah, we're very close to starting this draft here in just a few seconds. Looks like yeah,
waiting for one last pick.
One last pick. That's all it's going to take. And just a few more minutes, so
it'll happen soon.
Yeah, we are as in much suspense as you guys are as we kick this over to the draft phase in just a few seconds. But, we look at the bracket. One of the things we were talking about during the break, Gangstar Sirius is going to be playing Cloud9 in the semifinals on Thursday. It's very exciting for a couple key reasons. One, obviously, these are two of some of the biggest brands, minus Team Solo Mid in, and of course, Hammers. Of course, Team Solo Mid could potentially be the other 4 team. We were looking at Hammers, TSM, Gangstars, and Cloud9. All these teams, these top 4 teams in the finals. But it's significant because Old School left Gangstar Sirius to join Cloud9, and he will be facing his former team this coming Thursday.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an exciting matchup for sure. And of course, then the winner of this match will be going on to face against Hammer's Velocity. So that's going to be another pretty exciting matchup depending on who gets the victory here. Team Solo Mid definitely the favorite to be there, which in Team Solo Mid and Hammer's Velocity just in name is a starting to be, has been a pretty major rivalry in Vainglory. Now with the new rosters, it will be interesting to see if that still continues.
Exactly. Look at the bands. Of course, we did see Samuel and Ringo were the 2 other bands outside of the in-game band selected. Again, we've seen Ringo banned or picked almost every single game this tournament.
Yeah, lots of presence for Ringo, but the Black Feather going to be coming through for Von C. That's the one that I was looking at during the team's drafting in chat and was very curious about, because I'm really interested to see how Von C is going to play this hero. Coming out of the base, it looks like it will be a Crystal Black Feather. Now it's going to be how aggressive is it going to be. Von C, we know as a player, loves to be extremely aggressive. The Crystal Black Feather, though, it kind of needs to be a little bit more passive. You want to get those stacks built up, and so that you can get those big pops off of the Heartthrobs. And of course, using that on point to do a lot of poke damage. There's Von C not generally known for being a player that likes to sit back and poke a lot.
Yeah, but both teams ultimately deciding not to go for the Ancient Treant right away. They all just focus on taking care of their farm right away, and then moving on down and going back up to the lane, actually, and just going to their respective parts of their jungle, kind of a normal rotation, ignoring the Ancient Treant altogether.
And this is kind of one of the things that we've been looking forward to. We kind of talk about every so often is that early start, how teams adapt to this new Ancient Treant being on the fold. And a few different teams have had a couple of different ideas about how to handle it. Right now, side of Exertion trying to go aggressive onto the lane of TSM, but obviously Best Chuck and Flash able to back out of there safely.
Yeah, both the Flash X and Best Chuck at A kind of doing a good job duoing. Silence had to kind of do a quick rotation. He's back up there, though, to help out his team. But Von C, this is going to allow him to kind of come in from the lower part of that lane. Just looking, but ultimately goes try to steal this. He does! Gets the Treant from Archaic right from under his nose as he deals with that forward barrage. Takes a little bit of damage, but Von C just stepping back and forth. Oh my goodness. Oh, so close to taking out Archaic there. Does ultimately change courses. Not enough in the tank to finish it off.
Yeah, but he was able to steal away that Treant. Gets a little bit of healing from Flash and can now stick around out on the fold and continue farming, going after this Ancient Treant. He will be able to pick that one up. So a nice job, but up in the lane, big damage coming out of Best Chuck on this Baron. Able to throw out those mortars, the Porcupine mortars, picking up a lot of damage if they can connect on to Bradley. And Silenced also getting taken down pretty low. Here comes Archaic, though, looking to try and push the TSM duo back.
Yeah, try to get sub pressure here, the lane. For the most part, Flash X and Best Truck have done a fantastic job at controlling the pace of this lane, keeping it pushed up. They clearly want to keep this lane moving forward as they look to just focus on this turret as soon as they can. Again, we talk about the rise of Baron as he has come really strong into the meta. You mentioned that a lot of it has to do with just the lack of good weapon power laners that you can kind of utilize in this meta. Baron just being kind of like what's left over when there's no Ringo and there's no Vox.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, here comes Von C jumping on in, getting a lot of damage on to the Arden, and it will actually be Best Chuck able to get that first blood. Flash very low, but just gets out of that forward barrage from Archaic to prevent a return kill happening. And so Team Solo mid getting that first blood. Still need to be careful. Archaic sticking around.
Yeah, he feels like he's got the damage to kind of move in there. He does get a great spot, repositions around. Best Truck is very low. One more auto attack would have finished him off. He's not able to get into position. Well, it is a Crystal Sky, so maybe not one more auto attack, but very, very low. Almost catches him as he's recalling. Doesn't get the kill, but right now Von C looking to try to come in here and harass Archaic back. Not necessarily a bad spot to be. Archaic doing a great job on this Sky as far as just like a nuisance to TSM's side right now.
Yeah, but if you want to get the victory, you're gonna have to be a lot more than just a nuisance, because TSM do have a small advantage. It's not a huge gold lead, but it is about 1,000 gold here at 5 minutes, and so that's purely coming off, that little bonus from the first blood, but the rest of it is just from this farming, and Von C able to do a bit of a better job in the jungle as far as it feels like, even though the CS numbers are very similar. It feels like when Von C comes up to the lane, it has a little bit more impact than what an Archaic is.
Yeah, and Bradley, Brad E, I'm sorry, because that's an I, although I'm not sure if it's supposed to be pronounced as an I. Actually, really struggling here on this Vox. It's really been Archaic. Whenever Archaic comes back up to kind of help support him, they've been able to get this lane pushed back. Otherwise, Best Truck and Flash has just been harassing nonstop. The poke, the pressure, the wave control, they're definitely outplaying, at least in the lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And as far as the rotations go, constantly it feels like TSM are just 2 in the lane, whereas they're sending 3 up here pretty consistently on the side of Exertion. And if they can't find kills when they send 3 members up to the lane, or just pressure, if they can't force TSM to back out, this entire time Von C is just farming up the jungle, getting experience and gaining levels over his opponents, and that could end up spelling disaster for Exertion when TSM does decide to fight.
Yeah, TSM just waiting. I don't think, the lack of aggression is because they don't feel like they can. They're focusing on the farm early game. This update from 2.0 and into 2.1 really dictates that kind of play style. And Team Solo Mid, they did actually in their games last week where they weren't really quick to just dominate the game, especially in game 1. They actually, I think it was one of the games where it was a pretty slow game for most of it, and then they just turned on the Jets and raced ahead. And then, of course, game 2, just completely different type of game altogether, because they were very aggressive in game 2. So we'll see how it plays out here so far with Exertion. Looking to try to hang tight with the big dogs. Team Solo Mid, definitely the kind of team that beating them get you a pretty large reputation.
Yeah, and I mean, as of right now, they are hanging in there. They aren't losing dramatically. The gold lead isn't massive, but looks like TSM, they may be looking to try and break this open a bit. However, all 3 members of Exertion are here to fight. Von C, and it just throws offensive over the wall. This is a little bit of a chance for some damage onto this turret, but not a huge dent being made just yet.
Yeah, it's a slow progression that we see Team Solo Mid kind of utilizing here. Just taking a bit of damage here and there. They do have a wide open hole right now. As Sky's not up in the lane, Silence and Bradley, they are looking to try to push it back, taking a little bit more damage to their turret. I know more than they probably like, but ultimately still alive. Team Solo Mid, again, this approach is just very conservative early, but again, focusing on that turret when they can.
Yeah, absolutely. Just trying to chip away at it, doing a little damage here, a little damage there. Eventually, you'll be able to break it. Nice wait for it coming through. Flash X is going to be in trouble, but he gets the heal off, gets down that Verse of Judgment. That forced everyone back. Von C going aggressive right through the gauntlet. There's the ultimate coming down from Baron as well. Will this be enough for a kill? No, not yet. Still only the one kill remain standing on the board. But now TSM, they're going to get a lot of work done in this turret. Should take it down. As Archaic tries to come up from the side, but TSM have healed up enough to avoid a death. Perhaps going to look to go aggressive.
Yeah, they're looking to go strong here. Almost a kill, but there's the fountain coming out. Silenced had to use his fountain earlier, so it's not up. Von C now just going to finish this off. He's going in for Silence, just saving it. Actually, almost misses that attack there with the recall. And there's the ace. Ace 1 right in the bag as Team Solo Mid starting to open this game up here. Very slow start, but they're moving full steam ahead.
And this is just sort of how Team Solo Mid plays, though. They start off what looks slow, but it's really just a steady pace. They don't need, necessarily need to go for ridiculous, flashy plays. They don't need to try and take risks that could potentially cost them early game advantages. Instead, they just play it steady, and they have confidence that just, excuse me, that their abilities will overcome their opponents.
And that's a little awkward for Archaic as they didn't have vision. Silence actually put the vision just a little bit away from where that treant was, and they couldn't see it, so they got stuck with that root and then ended up just sitting there waiting for the root to fall off before they could re-engage. But yeah, that's how Team Solo Mid typically will play. I mean, they'll actually change their playstyle completely depending on their draft and hero composition. They can go early game aggression if that's what the draft dictates to them, but this time it looks like just with the Baron, they choose not to do that because the draft didn't give them that. They want that late game ramp up so much. Silence, days dropped. The gauntlet was coming out, but it doesn't land. Best Truck NA just shredding with that AoE that comes out of those auto attacks from Baron. And already, look, Bradley just melting here next to Von C. Von C just eliminates him very quickly. Archaic almost gets that kill onto Von C, but there comes the fountain. Just the nick of time to keep Von C in fighting shape, and lane turrets are gone.
Yeah, that is just again, the TSM method. Slow and steady, methodical pace early on, and then once they start pulling the trigger, it is just rapid and merciless. They have now 6 kills on the board. Like you said, those 3 turrets destroyed. They're just clearing out the jungle in order and moving on now towards the gold mine. I wouldn't be surprised if they go ahead and start that up as well and just ride a commanding wave to victory.
Yeah, they had a little bit of hesitation. They actually move into the lane instead. My guess is that although they could probably do the gold mine, they look like they want to push this lane up a little bit before they start, so that way gives them just a little bit more visibility on the lane side if they come rotating up. Also forces Exertion to kind of push that lane forward a little bit before they rotate down to potentially steal the gold mine. And just like that, easy pickup there. 300 gold, immense payout. The largest amount of payout you can get from that gold mine. And now in their pocketbooks, as they look to... They are almost fully built here. Von C's got 2 offensive items, but Best Truck NA with all 3 offensive items at 12 minutes.
Yeah, as of right now, just taking out this Crystal Miner once again. And, I mean... It should just be a systematic finish for TSM. They're very far ahead now in terms of the gold, 8,000 gold in their favor. They have every advantage going their way. You can see Exertion playing very, very safe as they wait for their captain. They flare out this bush. They knew TSM would be waiting there, but can they even do anything about this? TSM jumping on in. They're probably going to be able to find the kills, but there goes the Verse of Judgment. and the ion cannon, but Flash X is very low, still not going down though.
Yeah, it does use the fountain, holding it as long as he possibly could, ultimately just using it on itself just in case they were able to get enough burst to take him out. Wasn't the case though, and now they're just going to move in, clear out the jungle again. Not a successful push for Team Solo Mid, but just goes to show you that even in the best circumstance, there's little that Exertion has really up their sleeves to pull out. That being said, they did take a lot of damage and survive. That's something they should feel pretty good about. They took both a Verse of Judgment and an Ion Cannon, managed to come out of that unscathed, or at least not with a kill. If they can kind of hold the fight better in position and avoid some of that damage, as well as trying to get onto one of Team Solo Mid's players, that maybe they pull out a kill finally.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a chance, but it's a pretty slim chance. I mean, that time going for that engage from TSM, that was probably one of their best chances to find a kill. It was TSM kind of overreaching a little bit as they got spotted trying to set up this party brush. They're gonna do the same thing once again, but no, never mind. Now they're gonna start moving. I would expect them to go and take out that crystal miner just to clear that off the map once and for all. 30 seconds until Kraken. Would not be surprised if TSM just waits that 30 seconds out and then just goes straight to the Kraken to start that up.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a smart call to try to push a fight that's not needed and then maybe get a kill right before Kraken. Give up a kill. That gold swing would be pretty substantial. There are some kill bounties, specifically on Von C. So, you know, it'd be a big deal if they were able to get a kill on Von C here in the later part of the game. For gold, whereas they're up by 10,000, so Exertion could use all the help they could get right now. They're so far behind. Right now, Archaic does get out of that fight so far, but he does drop eventually. The gauntlet just not in time to keep him alive. Von C, when he finds his target, he locked in. Silence drops. Look at the burst coming out of that Black Feather as they picked up 2 quick kills. They might go for the Kraken here, as it's probably not worth pushing in, but with this push, it's just likely to be a game-ending Kraken push.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned the damage coming out of this Black Feather. This is what Crystal Black Feather can do. It's a ton of burst, and it's really difficult to deal with that level of damage, especially because it's kind of unexpected. Yes, you know that the on point is going to do a bunch of damage, but once those stacks get built up and he jumps in with that A ability, like that level of burst is fairly unexpected. So it's tough to deal with. Now Kraken going to be unleashed. TSM is clearing out the jungle on their way up to the lane. Exertion's going to try and set up a party brush, trying to use TSM's own strategy, but they're going to get found. Verse of Judgment comes down, does get blocked, but Archaic is already down. And now TSM, they turn their attention onto Bradley. He's going to fall. It is just Silence left, and well, he does not have the movement speed to avoid the triple kill from Best Chuck, and Team Solo Mid will take game number 1.
Yeah, and it was a perfect game. They didn't give up any objectives. They didn't give up any kills. They didn't give up any, even like jungle camps or objectives, really. Complete dominant performance by Team Solo Mid. Not really surprising. And now going into game 2, Exertion really has their work cut out for them. You know, going into obviously a very strong team as an underdog with a loss on your belt already.
Well, that's the difficulty when going up against Team Solo Mid. So many teams have been put into the exact same situation. We'll see if Exertion are going to be able to try and mount a comeback in this series, or if Team Solo Mid will be punching their ticket to the semifinals.
Well, we'll find out in just a few seconds as we do take a quick break. But when we return, it could be the last match of tonight, you guys. This might be the final one if Team Solo Mid can close it out, or if Exertion has something to say about it. We'll be right back after the break.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Alright, everybody. We are back, ready to get into what could be the final match of tonight. Just on a quick side note, as the draft's being concluded right now, you know, I can actually input the draft bands so that you guys can see them throughout the game. Unfortunately, due to a small technical issue, I don't have Blackfeather, so I have inserted... Blackfeather was banned, so I've inserted Ozo. Just remember, Ozo is Blackfeather at this one time. Ozo was not banned. I just want to make sure it wasn't a troll ban that that the enemy team did. There was an attempt by Exertion to focus on that Blackfeather. Like, clearly, Von C's Blackfeather got to them. So
Ozo equals Blackfeather. You heard it here first, folks.
Definitely.
Someone get Humanist on the line.
That Von C Blackfeather, though, was worth talking about. I mean, that was... he picked up a lot of steam as the game went on. Definitely hard to deal with. We saw, like, just once he got his execution, you know, he got all basically all the hearts locked in. Did a tremendous amount of damage, and because of the gold lead they had too. They had a 10,000 gold lead pretty early on. Made it really difficult to itemize against what TSM was doing, especially once they started to actually push down turrets, pick up some aces, and those kills. So definitely a tougher Exertion. They really have to kind of focus on that. I think this game is, you know, they let Team Solo Mid play their game by not being aggressive for the early part of it. So Exertion needs to be aware of what Team Solo Mid's game's going to be based on the draft, and counter that in the play style. And so my guess is Team Solo Mid's going to play an early game, aggressive game this time around, because that's kind of actually what we saw first week. They played a slower paced game, a slower paced comp game 1, then picked up the pace a little bit in game number 2. Wouldn't be surprised if that's how they play it.
They typically do that because game number 1 they use it feels like a lot as a sort of feeling out period, just to kind of get a gauge of how their opponents are playing, where their skill level's at, you know, and that sort of thing. And then once they finish game number 1, you know, they can then ramp it up and say, okay, we have an idea of what you're going to do. Now this is us kind of going all out and playing into what we feel our strengths are against your play style. So it'll be interesting to see what they do bring to the table here to round out their composition. Game number 2, and as you mentioned, could potentially be the final game of the night.
It could be. We're getting late here into the night, but Exertion has a chance to turn this right back around, as we are hoping to get an exciting one. I mean, that being said, I mean, I'd like to see Exertion play their best. They felt a little sluggish that game. Again, they played into Team Solo Mid's hand. They need to definitely be the ones making the calls and dictating the pace of that game, not letting Team Solo Mid do it. But with that, the draft is concluded, so we're going to jump into it and watch it unfold right now, everybody. So I know you're ready, Tasty Bacon.
Yeah, and well, we'll see what they're going to bring out. We do get that Baron coming through from Exertion, but the Koshka Vox, and there you can see the final pick, the Lance. Koshka Lance, and there's that early game aggressiveness that you were talking about, but it will have to go up against that Glaive, which can try and counter. We did see this almost exact matchup earlier in the day, and it was actually the Koshka Lance that was able to win out there. So TSM hoping to have a repeat of this matchup from earlier on.
Yeah, and they definitely have a good chance at doing it, but, you know, we'll see how it plays out. This time, it's actually Bradley on the Baron. And again, we're seeing Baron played over and over again. That's kind of that surprise shift in the meta. But what it does speak to is the fact that when you have that many more bans and you're reducing the amount of heroes that can, you know, take advantage of your lane with weapon power, it does make it challenging to search for other heroes. I'm surprised we've seen less Idrises and more Barons, but you know, that's that's how things have kind of played out. Right now, Team Solo Mid looking to not start a fight here early again. It's a little bit surprising. You see Von C already jump into the backs to go right at it and not worry about pushing into the enemy side.
Well, right now, Exertion going to be coming up into the lane. 3 members trying to get an early kill, but Archaic doesn't hit the afterburn.
He just went right past him. It actually looked like he attempted to hit Best Truck and A, but it just actually, he must have either misclicked or something happened, maybe a lag spike, because it did not connect at all.
Yeah, I mean, he still had the afterburn animation as he walked away, so like the afterburn didn't accidentally hit a minion or anything like that. He just didn't hit anything.
Yeah, he does get his tree in it, although we do see Von C looking to come in here and harass Archaic a little bit. Wants those back so badly. He's going to have to suffice for just going for that treant right there on the top part of that jungle.
Well, right now, Best Chuck and Flash X going to be hanging out up in this lane. Von C is actually having his jungle stolen away at the moment.
I think
he has an idea this is going on, and he gives up on the Ancient Treant just to try and take this. Archaic is actually going to get the Treant, but could be in some trouble because Von C has a fair bit more health than he does, but Archaic getting that healing could give him a chance.
Yeah, and Archaic's doing a good job using the root from these treants to try to scare Von C away. Like, Von C can't actually go after Archaic without risking getting rooted himself. Archaic, of course, just sticking around very long. What that's allowed, though, is Flash X to kind of move in position to take out the back, so to kind of help Von C by not, losing too much farm to Archaic.
Archaic and Von C were also trying to play around with getting the treant to aggro onto the opponent. Archaic is going to be finding himself in a 2-on-1 right now. Uses that afterburn, knocks away Von C, and he will be able to escape. Archaic outplaying in the jungle there. Nice job in order to avoid going down. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to pick up a kill for himself, but that was still, that should have been a certain death for him. But he's able to avoid it.
Yeah, he had some great moves, but strategically wise, if you look at the whole picture, does put him at a deficit CS wise. He's got 2 CS to Von C's 7 already, and he gave up his entire back jungles to the Lance. I mean, look, Flash X sitting at 10 CS because he was able to go and take the enemy's jungle. That's just free gold over to Team Solo Mid that probably didn't have to go over if Archaic played a little bit more conservatively, but he definitely knows how to work his way around Akashka.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, right now, gonna be looking to try and go a little bit aggressive, it seems, but they get spotted by a scout trap, and that puts an end to that.
Yeah, gonna back away. Definitely not as aggressive as we maybe would expect here so early. Although they're doing a good job at getting the jungle that they need without worrying about kills. Can't believe that this wasn't more of an emphasis to get that first blood for Von C. The gold would have been fantastic. Here's Archaic. Does get Best Truck actually going back into position to get afterburned into that. I'm not sure why that happened. Maybe just a miss position by Best Truck and A. Although Von C just decimating Silence right there. That Dodgeo drops quickly.
Yeah, that is going to be the first kill of the game. Von C narrowly escaping being the second victim of this game, but instead TSM in a good position to continue pushing up onto this turret. Best Chuck's going to be able to farm up this lane freely for a few more moments, but before Silenced and Archaic can come here and stop them. So we'll see how much work they can get done onto this turret. Maybe about a quarter of its health or so, and then finally backing off, but it is still a steady lead and a steady advantage for Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, they're just churning away. They know how to keep incrementally building that gold lead, not letting out or letting down their guard for 1 second. They're really treating all of these teams they've played this weekend with the caution that they would treat anybody, not wanting to risk a single game. So not playing anything flashy or fancy, just sticking to the basic concepts that they want to try to build off of this season. And again, you just prioritizing what they feel they need to win the game. We do see Bradley gets caught out. Von C decimates him. He's going down with that kind of frenzy. Also had a flash and pill on top of him, so there was just no chance.
Yeah, well, right now they're again looking to try and make a move on this lane, just looking to siege it up and make things very difficult for Silenced and Archaic, and well, obviously Bradley as well, to be able to stick around and try and farm. You've got Von C on this Koshka, constantly making moves throughout the jungle. Did just recall, picked up the components for, I assume it's going to be a Shatterglass, and then some armor as well. As we've seen, Koshka's already today go Shatterglass and Atlas Pauldron. And will be a Fountain of Renewal finished for Silenced. So they will have that healing ability at least. But right now, it's still, I feel like the side of Exertion needs to try and make some sort of play happen just to sort of look to throw off the game of TSM, because otherwise we're just going to have a repeat of game number 1.
Yeah, it's difficult to be aggressive when you've got your jungler just getting decimated in the jungle. Von C able to finally do kind of the more aggressive jungling early with the Koshka. We're at 7 minutes though, and they still haven't knocked down this first turret. So at the very least, Exertion doing what they can to keep the lane pressure at bay. Where they're really just struggling though is the fact that Von C's running away here with gold.
Well, right now, the Koshka so far ahead, like you mentioned, has the Shatterglass now completed and is again just stealing away jungle camps. Meanwhile, up in the lane, Bestchuck and Flash trying to make a play happen on the Silence. He's going to have to just back away, heal up a little bit, and just stay safe underneath this turret. The turret constantly under siege, a little bit more damage getting done to it. Every time a wave pushes in, they just try and get another attack or two onto this turret. It's down to about half health. It's really just a matter of waiting for a chance for Von C to come up and find another kill. And you got to figure at this point, if they get just one kill, TSM should be able to take down that turret.
Oh, that TSM was just 2v3ing them the entire time, and there was nothing Exertion could do, even with, Von C not even the fight. And look, Von C comes in, jumps in, tons of damage coming out all around. The Ion Cannon does land, but there's a Fallon to back him up. And just with the advantage in numbers, it still wasn't enough to deal with Team Solo Mid there.
Von C jumping in super aggressively with this Koshka, trying to find a second kill, but like I said, one kill was all TSM would need to take down this turret, and that's exactly what they just did.
Yep, and then right on to Bradley. He's gone. Silence has to completely disengage. Can't even try to attempt to save his friend. That's just quickly how this game is going. It's already 0-4. No kills going over to Team Solo again. They could potentially have 2 perfect games in a row. That would be pretty unheard of at this level of a competition, to just not give up anything in a best of 3.
Yeah, well, right now, with that first turret down, this is where TSM really opened up game number 1. Look for them to do the same here. Gold miners likely going to start getting taken. The jungle likely going to be just overrun by TSM now. Exertion, they really are going to be playing on the back foot here, because TSM, once they decide they want to open a game up, the game usually opens wide.
Exactly, and they're going for the gold mine here just as a finishing touch for this next push as they look to get more and more gold. Man, at 9 minutes, this gold lead's pretty high, and it's going to be hard for Exertion to kind of manage this. 5,000 gold lead at this point means that, they're completing their second and third tier 3 offensive items, while, you look over at Archaic, he has a Storm Crown. There is 2 offensive items on Bradley on the Baron, but he's got no defense. When you go look over at Bestchuck NA, he's got boots, tier 2 boots. He's got a reflex block already. He's got, some armor. He's really just in a much better position all around. The power spike definitely in favor of Team Solo Mid right now.
Yeah, absolutely. A big lead for TSM. They should be able to just continue with this pressure and keep on chugging along and just finish off this game. Maybe see them wait for the 15-minute mark for Kraken once again. TSM really likes to make sure that when they push in to try and end, that it's a sure thing. And so it wouldn't be all that surprising if they did just go ahead and continue to apply pressure for the next 4 minutes or so, and then come back for the Kraken and look to end the game there. As of right now, they really don't have a reason to play risky. They're just steadily increasing the lead. Every minute that goes by, their lead goes up because they're just able to outfarm their opponents and force their opponents to have to sit 3 members in the lane while they're still using just 2, which is gaining constant advantages across the board.
Yeah, and there's a lot of patience right now in Team Solo Mid when some of their teams maybe would be going for the aggressive dives, but it's because they see the kind of like the big picture of when they can go in all at once and just pick up an ace, just close out a game. They starting to position themselves where they want to be. There's a crystal miner coming down, but its life probably not going to last very long.
Yeah, well, right now TSM again taking out the jungle of Exertion. A little bit low for Best Chuck here, but they're going to go ahead and give him that treant, so he'll get the regen. And I'm really kind of surprised that TSM just isn't putting more attention back up into the lane, just pushing in onto this tier 2 turret. But again, they have no reason to do so. They are still gaining advantages even without trying to siege up these turrets.
Yeah, they've definitely played the more conservative approach here, and it does make for a little bit longer game here at 12 minutes. The challenge is, with the death timer still so low, like, getting an ace maybe doesn't win you the game yet. A couple more minutes and it will. So, they're taking their time, moving, making sure they keep the lane moving the way they want it to as well. That's something that, really impressed with the macro play that Team Solo Mid brings. Best Chuck today ensuring that he's always moving up and down into the lane and out to ensure that, when they do decide to commit to a fight, it's just everything is on their side. They're not worrying about anything. Here comes the crystal miner, but this time Exertion's actually moving with it, looking to try to say, hey, we're not going to let you take this last guy, this last defensive stand that we have back here in our jungle without at least a fight. But Team Solo Mid sees that, sniffs it out right away, doesn't go for it.
Yep, they just back on out and continue to play safe, taking this gold miner 13.5 minutes in, so just a minute and a half away from the Kraken. But now TSM finds an opportunity, they go right in. Silent's going to get that verse down, but it's just not going to do enough, and TSM are just cleaning house. They don't quite get the ace. The reflex block activated at the last second there by Archaic will keep him alive, but this should be the tier 2 turret getting destroyed, and TSM one step closer to the semifinals.
They're looking close to wrapping this up. Actually, Archaic really deserves some credit there. That was almost his certain doom. Best Chuck had enough stacks on the breaking point to probably punch in through and kill him, but he reflex blocked those auto attacks from Vox. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, we are now less than a minute away from Kraken, and again, you have to assume TSM are just going to wait for Kraken, capture that, and then push in with the Kraken to look to finish the game. It's just their MO. It's the way that they play. It's the way that they try and close out games, just having that sure thing. And well, 30 seconds and counting. And they're going to be able to start up the Kraken. I would expect them to start it up very shortly after it spawns, and maybe even say, if Exertion comes out to try and contest it, just take that fight, because they have such a huge advantage right now. We're up over 11 to 12,000 gold in the lead. Von C is looking for a fight. Rest of the team gonna motor on in as well, and they find their fight. And that's the quick kill onto the Baron. Von C getting dropped very low. The Crystal Miner getting involved here, but it's still 2 kills to TSM. Crystal Miner now gone. Kraken has spawned, and TSM are making a beeline.
It just made no sense for Exertion without their Adagio to want to fight that. I mean, that was kind of baffling.
I don't think they wanted to fight that.
Well, they ran away the wrong way because, both Bradley and Archaic could actually have gotten over their walls, right? Like, you could rocket jump, and then you can afterburn over the wall and get out of that. It looked like they were trying to bait or go in a direction that wasn't obvious, but it didn't work. And then they just turned around and started fighting. They had plenty of time to not be in that position, to not fight that. And they chose to instead kind of linger a little bit too long.
Yeah, I think, like you said, maybe trying to just go a direction that wasn't anticipated to try and escape, and then once they realized they were caught, I think they just figured, well, our best chance is to fight with the Crystal Miner, and they did nearly take down Von C, but almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. So this is going to be TSM now pushing up Kraken right on their heels, and TSM are looking for another fight before Kraken even gets there. The turret is destroyed, and so is Bradley. He goes down. Archaic will get on to the Sanctuary, but now we have a nearly full health Kraken getting onto these crystal turrets, and they are just melting so quickly. This should be the game for TSM.
Now the question is, can they end it with a perfect game? Not a single death or objective given over. They're very close to going low. Von C wants that kill, doesn't take any more turret shots, and he avoids all that damage, so he's still alive. Now they're going right onto the crystal, and look at that, just perfectly timed going in. Archaic does want the kill, and he gets it, actually, but not in time for it to count. Not in time for it to count.
Yep, the kill does not come through in time to stop the 10-0 scoreline for TSM to close out this game and close out this night with a 2-0 victory, and we now have all 4 of our semifinalists.
This is it's a great moment. It's a great moment right now. It is very late right now, so we're excited to be able to wrap this up, but more importantly, to be able to bring you guys like the 4 best teams that are in Vainglory right now, and they are going to be moving to the semifinals, played on Thursday at the same time as started the stream, 5 p.m. Pacific start time. We got 3 series. We will be actually playing the 3rd place matchup as well on that Thursday. So there will be 2 semifinals plus a 3rd place, and they are all best of 3s. Now, the winner of those semifinals do move on to Friday, where we'll be playing a best of 5 starting at the same time as well. But it's going to be a much shorter stream. But this whole tournament's wrapping up very quickly this week, so you guys aren't going to want to miss it. When we look at the bracket and where we've been, of course, it's not quite updated yet, as the results just came in, but, as you can see there, Team Solo Mid moving on. They are going to be playing the young, new, talented Hammers Velocity. I say young because they're a newer roster with one of the youngest players on it, although all of those players have a lot of competitive pedigree. The Gangstar series and Cloud9 going head-to-head on the other side of the bracket. So, very exciting matchups, Tasty. But with that, we are going to wrap things up tonight. I want to thank everybody for coming out and watching the stream. Thank, of course, to the competitive players for showing up and giving you guys some pretty awesome matches. We are very close to Split 1 being over as we close out this week strong. So make sure you guys mark your calendars for Thursday and Friday, as we've got more Vainglory matches coming your way this week. With that, we'll see you guys Thursday. Good night.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way.